How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show hosts, are still.
And Volcel and no Fern because he's like not here for some reason. He didn't bother to tell me anything about it, so I have no idea what he's doing or why. He's just
So,
not here.
so my interaction with Fern this week was one interaction, and the context for which I'll extrapolate on later. But I was telling him in a message that I needed to ask him some questions this weekend about dog stuff, and his response to that was, "Hang on, I'll get the headset." I'm like, I said this weekend. Turns out he's not going to be here this weekend. And I didn't find this out until he got in the voice chat, and he was on for like 20 minutes and then had to go to work.
I see. He's basically been playing V Rising every time I've gone online.
Yeah, from from
I
what I
don't know. He must be being pushed by friends or family to play it.
he did say he was getting corralled by people to go play something, and I suppose that was V Rising. So yeah,
I'll be honest, I don't remember anything about that game.
I remember it was like some kind of isometric or multiplayer vampire game that I think it had like buildable and world build elements in it, but not to the level of like Minecraft and stuff. So I don't know what the deal
So
is.
like that Norse game except with vampires.
Yeah, it's kind of what it sounded like, and isometric instead of first person. So, not sure what the deal with that is, but I'm sure he will regale us with the tales of it when he returns. For now, he said specifically the reason he's not here today is because he's going to Townsville, or I think it was Townsville. He said he's going somewhere that was quite a few hours away from him.
I don't remember how far Townsville is from him. So 2 or 4 hours or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so he's
Australia's a big place. It's just on the map. It doesn't look as big as it actually is.
even then, like it could take a while to drive across U.S. states and anywhere in the U.S. But the problem Fern faces is that he doesn't just live in a big landmass; he lives in the middle of nowhere in a big landmass. So civilization is quite far.
You know,
So
nowhere in New Zealand is particularly far from anywhere else in New Zealand as the crow flies. The problem is that there's usually mountains in the way.
yeah, you can.
We don't have straight roads here.
Yeah, we have them here. The problem here is we have a man-made construction called Atlanta and Spaghetti Junction. You have to avoid at all costs.
Like, what is the time taken to compass like one half of the circumference of Atlanta compared to the time taken to pass through it?
You'll depending on the time of day, you'll save anywhere from 15 to like 60 minutes. Of course, that was the old perimeter, which is now getting more and more clogged as the metro creep continues because big cities can't not be the Zerg.
Good old Marta.
At least I
Continuously expanding Atlanta.
least I was able to extract money from them a few times by selling them Frankenstein pump systems. Some
So
of
now that you're incorporated as a different city, are you able to vote down Marta?
yeah, we can allow MARTA not to come out to us. So Gwinnett County could allow it, but it would stop there, or they would have to either go around us, dig tunnels to avoid us, or we would have to vote yes on it in order to get past us. Although they are still fighting us in court
Over the incorporation or over Marta?
over the city, over the incorporation of the city. The Democrats in Atlanta really do not want us to exist as our own entity. We take power away from
Well,
them.
it was something that they don't control.
Yeah, we take power away from them, and we mess with their voting block by
Well, I mean, does it really though? Like, aren't you like the red section of their electorate?
yeah. So what we would do is we would have our own voting block with red policies right by their doorstep instead of being the entirety of Gwinnett
Oh,
County.
so they'll go from marginal blue to permanent blue while gaining absolutely nothing.
Yeah, They would be from functionally permanently blue, but with a whole lot of disgruntled red people in it that can sometimes push down their policies to permanently blue, and they can do whatever they want. But their total landmass area they control decreases, and inside that area they lost is now super red, right next door. So they wanted to keep us subservient to them,
the
and
thing
they're
is,
not happy about that as the TLDR.
well, the thing is that their next approach, if this fails at court, they will just start buying land.
Yeah, well, they'll
Like
try.
the people with a lot of money in Gwinnett County will just start buying land.
Yeah, they'll try. Although most people in Gwinnett County, in this section of Gwinnett County, are in Brazelton, by extension, have been onto their game for a while now, and all the landowners are already stupid rich here, and are not going to sell to the people that are going to come ruin the area, unless they offer them truly bonkers numbers. Which, while the state may be able to offer them enough, the people at the county level ain't. Even with all the embezzlement our current county commissioner has is obviously involved in. Yeah, did we do the shtick?
No, we didn't do the shtick. We can do the shtick. So, if you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com. You can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw. You can join us in the Discord server, which is the best place to communicate with the show hosts and other show listeners. And you can get there by clicking on the link provided in the description underneath the archive version of the show on YouTube.
Indeed. This week on the show, Shaw has taken over my entire feed.
Colonized your brain.
Igale, I didn't know.
It's just shouting at you while you work during the day.
If it's not that, it's Cornifer's map humming.
I don't know. The only sound that I remember from Hollow Knight is that shopkeeper woman sighing.
Oh, Cornifer's wife.
Yeah. She seems incredibly bored.
Isilda. I think actually Cornifer and Isilda get the happiest ending in Hollow Knight. Where if you find in their side quest,
you aren't allowed to have a married couple having a happy ending in this day and age.
Yeah. Cornifer finishes his goal of mapping all of Hollow Nest and returns home to Dirtmouth and goes and lives with his wife, and his wife is happy that she doesn't have to run the shop anymore because you bought all the maps, so they have money, and gets to go relax while her husband sleeps.
Good old Cornifer. How has he managed to survive down there anyway?
This is the eternal question of how does Cornifer.
It's going to be the next game after SILKSONG. It's going to be about Cornifer's adventure.
Yeah. Cornifer's quest. Cornifer's conquest.
You actually have no combat abilities whatsoever. You just have to try and use the environment to bait the enemy into traps.
Yeah.
All the while looking like you have no idea what's going on.
So yeah. I had a stupidly busy week this week. With it being Labor Day weekend and family events I'll get to when we get to my week.
Communism weekend.
Yep. So at least I don't have to work on the weekend. Poor Ibu has to work on the weekend, and he's got some big name MLG streamer with like 15 million subs showing up at his establishment and filming stuff.
There seem to be so many of those these days. Like, how can there be that many of these gigantic streamers? There's only so many hours of streaming one can watch in a day.
Yeah, I will. We will get banned on YouTube if I mention commentary on him and what I've saw on his Farms thread. Farms thread was not as bad as most of them. It's mostly just this guy's an idiot. But I will.
Well, yeah. There are no intelligent giant streamers.
Yeah, and but like this guy lit a firework inside of his bedroom, and props to his fire department. They got a fast response time. They were there in like 2 minutes.
I've seen on YouTube heaps of clips of people lighting fireworks in their bedrooms and it going pear shaped.
Yeah,
This just seems to be a thing in the African American community.
this guy's name is I Show Speed.
Oh, I've heard that name. Don't know
Yeah,
anything about him. I've heard the name though.
I didn't know anything about him until I looked him up yesterday when Ibu told me that he had to do all kinds of extra work and prepare for an all hands on deck situation for both Labor Day weekend and this idiot showing up, and how they got
I feel
all.
like anytime there is an especially retarded African American micro celebrity, they always seem to show up in Georgia.
Well, yeah, because Atlanta's where they congregate. But yeah, they're showing up to with like personal security that they own, and they have to coordinate with the place where Ibu works, and it's apparently a big mess.
There are 15 million people religiously following that slop.
Uh, like I said before, I don't think these people think that far. I think he just hit that spot with the psychological trap and the algorithm.
Like, I don't. There's nobody I follow online. There just isn't. And I don't even understand the mentality of doing so.
I mean,
There are a few people who are more likely than other people to get put up as background noise, but that's about the extent of it.
I had people I would follow, but not in the way that the fanatic people seem to now, where they get really into their particular creator. Like I would follow back Classic Giguk with his dumb comedy. I would watch pretty much all the videos he posted, but they weren't frequent videos. Number one, number two, or like I follow JonTron. I'll watch most of the crap he puts up because it's funny, but they're not frequent videos. Is the thing the content that the content creators I follow produce? They take a
I
bit.
really feel happy for JonTron. Like, I feel like he won at life.
Yeah, he got a girlfriend. He's got to do his
He
dream
got,
job.
he got married and he has a kid.
Yeah,
Doesn't he have a kid now? I know he got married.
I know he's married. I don't know if he has a kid, but yeah, got a girlfriend.
Yeah.
Got his dream job. Plenty of money, and he's not totally blue pilled on everything. So the kid probably won't turn into a disaster. Like,
Well, I mean, he must be a good guy because the entirety of the media edifice says he's a racist.
yeah,
And basically, that's a marker for a stand-up guy most of the time.
yeah, yeah, and people still use clips of him in his older videos nowadays. So people still always
You got
remember
to
who
meet the
John.
flex tape guy.
Yeah, he did get to meet the flex tape guy, though he is kind of the reason the flex tape thing became a meme for a while.
But I mean, you compare him to like his contemporaries and the absolute sort of shit show they are. Like half of them have tuned out, the other half are like cucks like Destiny. Like
Yeah, he's also a
he's like a shining a beacon of a proper lifestyle amongst a horde of complete degenerates.
like how to have a functional life as a content creator, somebody that sits down to craft something because they think people
I
will
mean,
enjoy it, not just
I mean,
churn
didn't
out slop.
PewDiePie more or less went the same way, right?
He might have.
Like he moved to Japan, he got married, he had a kid, and he sort of like partly unplugged so that he could live a normal life.
Yeah, but yeah, all the content
Because
creator.
everybody said that he was a racist.
Yeah, you
It really does seem to be the marker, right? Like if the narrative becomes that you are a racist, you're probably set for living the good life at this point.
it's like everybody's afraid of being called racist. I'm sure I could come up with an analogy if I was more awake, but it's like everybody's afraid of being called racist. But the second somebody does, and you realize what that actually translates into, if you don't immediately knee jerk and go, no, 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 I'm not a racist, and try and defend yourself and just be like, wait a minute, that doesn't mean what they actually are saying. That just means they don't
Yeah,
like it.
there's literally no reason to accept their framing. Like
Yeah,
why? Why
yeah.
should you?
If you've
Like
got
that's basically an admission of defeat.
Yeah,
Like,
so
if you even have the discussion with them as though the words coming out of their mouth have meaning, you've already lost.
well, these people don't understand this yet, but if they have enough brain cells to rub together to click, wait a minute, and go, wait a minute, all the other dominoes will start falling right after that. I think that's what happened with Jontron because he had that debate, that quote unquote debate slash discussion with Destiny about I forget what it was about, but it was totally insignificant by today's standards. And everybody,
Well, I mean, and why would anybody care what Destiny has to say anyway? He's literally a cuck.
yeah, well, again, this was like 2012, so
Are you trying to say he wasn't a cuck back
I'm
then?
I'm
Because
trying to
he
say
probably
is
was.
I'm trying to say it's reasonable for Jontron to not know at the time and just
Well, I mean, the thing is that Destiny still had a very strong viewership at the time for whatever reason. I don't really understand. He seemed like kind of a weirdo.
yeah, he's always
At
been a
best of
weirdo.
times, he seemed like a weirdo.
I've never watched one of his videos. I've only seen clips of him posted by others, but
Yeah,
uh,
I've only seen him interacting with people who are more important than him. So
yeah, yeah. So I think that was just Jontron had the natural brain cells or the proper raised right by his parents or both. It was like, wait a minute.
yeah, he learned the lesson from that encounter of like this is the extent of it. This is all the information that you need in order to come to the right conclusion is that interaction.
Yeah, you just need somebody to shake up what you just kind of passively accept as normal when you're stuck in living in a lefty area like Jontron was. So I imagine he was like your default liberal. Doesn't really think about it. He just seemed to like having fun. He didn't care about pushing any kind of ideology or anything. But the second he got off that interview, he started his path to normalcy, and he's never publicized or made public like any of his political changes or any of his any of his changes in views. He just has started being transitioning from a loner default lefty type to a normal ass dude.
Well, I mean, that's the thing though, right? Like to be an extreme right winger in the modern era just means refusing to complete the descent into madness.
Yeah, so
You don't even need to change your political views anymore. You just need to not accept madness.
yeah, you just you see the point where the slope becomes a vertical drop, and you just go nope, and you're a crazy white right winger for not jumping.
Like at this point, that's sort of like a description of the entirety of the general populace of the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just skewing further and further and further to the right, and they will end up like legit in sort of boog territory, like serious business boog territory, if their government doesn't pull finger, and their government is basically not capable of understanding what's going on at this point.
Yeah, their elite class is so disconnected from the modern people. It's terrifying, honestly.
Yeah, this is what happens if you import Americanism into a country where the class system still exists, because the Americans have a flattened out enough society that it sort of gets diluted,
We also have
because
multiple.
you've got a continuous spectrum of people from the very wealthy down to the very poor, whereas you have like orthodox classic strata of society in Britain, meaning that all of the ideology can coalesce in one isolated layer at the top that never contacts the bottom. There's no sort of diffusion through.
We also live in a society with significantly more geographic tiers of government in America. So more and more stuff can get stopped the smaller you shrink it. So, like most of the crap, if you live in a red area, for instance, you can insulate yourself from a lot of the dumb blue stuff that the blue
Yeah, it's called
states do.
subsidiarity, the concept that all control and governance should take place at the most local possible level.
Yeah,
But they have attempted to do that as sort of like a direct import in the UK. But what that means is that the civil service has a massive number of different strata of middle managers
yeah,
that don't really have anything to do, because they've got the same number of tiers as the US, but they're compressed into a minuscule geographical area.
yeah. We are a huge landmass, and they are an itty bitty island.
But they still have just as many bureaucrats.
Like they're as big as the state of Georgia.
But well, the thing is that they still have like officially 60 million, probably 80 million people.
Yeah, that's bonkers. That's 10 times our population. Maybe 5 times. How many people live in Georgia? Find out.
The population statistics are definitely wrong for the UK. No
Uh,
question about it.
11.2 million officially counted in 2024.
I still hope to visit there one day because I was sort of like the last generation of New Zealanders who actually still, despite being born in the colonies, who still view the UK as the homeland. Like that was strongly discouraged to think that way in my generation, but because my grandparents were both from there, I still thought that way. But it's not the same country that it was when I was growing up. So who even knows if I'll get to ever visit? There's not really much point in visiting only to have your dreams smashed. Like, uh, there's that phenomenon about it's most commonly Japanese people visiting Paris. Have you heard about it?
Yeah, the one where they like go into shock because it's so different
Yeah,
from the storybooks.
they go into like medical shock because they can't understand what they're seeing.
Yeah, I thought I was going here, not to a caliphate. Uh, but yeah, okay. So Georgia is 60,000 square miles, and the UK is 90,000 square miles. So you got 50% more landmass, but 6 times the population.
Yeah, and most of it is in London, like just London. It's like London puts Atlanta urban sprawl to shame. It's a disaster of a city. Most of it is like increasingly large sections of it is just ethnic ghettos now.
Yeah, I've heard there's plenty of just no-go areas in all the urban centers of the UK, but especially London. The police won't touch it.
Yeah,
Suicide to
it's like
walk in there.
70%. It's like 70% diversity in that capital city. It's ridiculous. And I know it's not just Sadiq Khan's fault, but I particularly dislike Sadiq Khan as a person, so I'm going to blame Sadiq Khan.
Yeah.
But anyway, we were going to do a show at some point. Fern's not here to keep us under control.
Right, your week. Go, go, go.
My week. Well, my week was my week. Let's see. It's going to be very busy next week, actually. So I don't know. I'm probably this is probably the last gaming I'm going to get to do, and then I'm going to have to bunker down. We have to see. But so Blue Archive. Blue Archive has Sumire and Ray's event, which is it is the baseball episode basically.
Oh.
And it is retarded. It is incredibly silly. There's not really much else to say about that. It's the usual silliness. The characters being the way they are, particularly Sumire, who doesn't seem to be able to conceptualize of anything not being athletic training. But yeah, it's sort of like sort of like a pseudo sequel to the Millennium outing to the mountains to see the sunrise, the one from from Veritas, because they run into those two there, and this is sort of like the follow on from that, partly. But yeah, it's just your usual silly story. There's not really much else to it about the baseball team that Ray is a fan of and how incredibly atrocious they are at actually playing baseball. But the Ray sympathizes with this because Millennium students tend to have terrible sports teams because they spend all their time analyzing the statistics and very little of the time physically practicing. But yeah, there's not really much to talk about there because there's nothing special mechanically about it. Neither of those two characters are particularly impactful to the meta. They're just, basically for the fans of those characters because it is ultimately a waifu game. I got suddenly very distracted by Verisa trying to catch that floating purple thing.
She does that a lot.
But yeah. So yeah, there's not much to talk about there. Star Rail is in its sort of paralyzed form at the moment. I'm just rotating between different farming tasks because there's nothing to do, essentially. I still haven't finished whatchamacallit, the second and third portions of Simulated Universe, but those are sort of binge projects more than something to chip away at, is the way I tend to approach them. And I'll have to build the motivation up for that. I've got at least in having rebuilt the modern dot team leaves me with a team that is actually compatible with those modes, because my main teams that I used for tackling obnoxiously difficult challenges are my break team and my remembrance team, and neither of those teams are functional in old Simulated Universe because those archetypes didn't exist. But now I've got my erudition team, which works all right, not great. Works okay in the third part, doesn't work so great in the second part because Swarm Disaster doesn't accommodate erudition. But the dot team always existed, so the dot team will work everywhere. So provided that you can get the dot team to survive getting slapped by the big bug at the end of Swarm Disaster, then it should be workable. But we'll have to wait and see. That it tends to be the higher levels of the old Simulated Universe tend to be very defense focused. Like you need to be able to survive getting slapped at least once because nobody can move fast enough not to, and getting hit by those bosses hurts a lot. So yeah, not much to write home about there. ZZZ's in a similar position. There's just not anything happening right now.
Yeah, because the new version comes out on Tuesday.
Yeah. And of course, they are hopefully taking a well-deserved rest. And my controller's just disconnected from the game. Oh, it's reconnected. Yeah, so I am basically just trying to rustle up more Fufu discs, which is proving to be difficult because those discs are quite specific. But yeah, not really doing much there. Sort of passively farming a little bit of ether chips here and there because I've pretty much given up on being able to pull for Orphe without spending money. There's just not enough polychrome floating around. But Orphe is a want, not a need at this stage. Unless they go all in on like two sides of fire weakness, then Orphe will not be strongly indicated for. And realistically, I've probably got at least one team that can fight through being off type at this point. Maybe not cleanly, but C's get degrees. Just need to get my 2 stars on Deadly Assault and we'll be good. But yeah, there's a lot less pressure in ZZZ than the other two to stay at least within a country mile of the meta. And you can get by being miles off meta on Genshin. You can get by. It's not, and and I'm not talking about having like ridiculously tricked out 1.04 stars either, because realistically, I don't have C6 of those guys. It's not a thing. So I can't do those types of things anyway. But as somebody who did play through the majority of the game using Ningguang as their primary DPS, it can be done. You can play with a jank team and still be okay, but it will be at times extraordinarily frustrating because you will die in one hit to everything. But yeah, Star Rail on the other hand at present is completely unforgiving. There's too much statistics tied into everything because the game operates like a piece of clockwork. There's just too many bits of grit that can get caught in the gears if you aren't keeping your mechanisms perfectly clean at all times.
Yeah.
And therefore you can fall off really, really quickly. There are ways around it, but I think that the issue with Star Rail is that your approach long term sort of has to be either you commit to constantly chasing the meta pathologically, or you basically try and bunker down and set yourself up with a team that is so vertical that you can meta-proof it for like a few years. So the people who went all in on Jingliu are still good right now because Jingliu updated as soon as she fell so far off that she was starting to become a Seele. And so the people who went really vertical on her have managed to maintain a meta Jingliu team right through, but that was more or less coincidental. It was not that they knew that that was going to work that way.
The poor
You
Seele
kind of have
mains.
to. Yeah, the Seele mains are the ones who have gotten it the worst. Like, they've really gotten it in the neck, and there's no saving them. Hoyo could intervene and make Seele relevant again.
Yeah.
They could do it. They've done it before.
I mean,
Kafka's now a goddess.
in
But,
ZZZ, their first girl started to fall off, and they were quick to get in there and be like, "Nope, we're gonna
She
make."
did not merely start to fall off. Like, she fell off way faster than Seele did.
Yeah,
Like,
but
she got punted off a cliff. I think that's why they jumped in to intervene so quickly. Is because she fell off at such a spectacular speed that it was like a meteorite hitting.
yeah, it's like she got
Because
caught in the
Miyabi
grinder.
came out.
Yeah, Miyabi came out and she got caught in the grinder of the 4.0 update in general. that totally reworked everything, where she just didn't have a spot anymore.
She was a character that they actually broke that paradigm with their own actions. Like, the stock standard ice damage character just didn't have a role to play and didn't have sort of like a blessed niche the way Zhu Yuan did. Like, Zhu Yuan basically continues to this day because she doesn't have competition. She can do what she wants.
Yeah, she is.
She's a powerful damage hose who is like the go-to if all you want to do is put ether numbers on target. You don't really have any other choice.
If you can stun it good and it's weak to ether, Zoo will get you a big number. If those conditions are not met, and it's a hard to stun boss, or you can't Kingi it, Zooey goes on the bench.
Or has the corrupted phase.
Yeah, Zooey is useless
Basically
against that.
Half of the fight you basically can't interact with the enemy at all. But yeah, it's they basically had seen what had happened in other gachas in the past, and they jumped quickly to head it off at the pass. Because in terms of raw popularity, Ellen is a very popular character. Problem is nobody could use her.
Yeah, she's
almost immediately after she came out, she became useless.
Yeah, she within about, what was it, 4 patches, Miyabi was already out. So they had a shoe they needed to fix immediately, and she's also the first limited character. So, and first limited characters in these games seem to get a bonus attention because they're out when the game is seeing the most players.
So Seele has a more difficult problem to solve, and the reason that she's got a more difficult problem to solve is that Star Rail is pathologically hooked on speed. Like, as a mechanic, it is everything depends on your speed stat and your speed tuning. As far as competition is concerned, to be competitive, you need to take lots of turns. They have hitched themselves to this wagon, and I don't think it's unsolvable, but it is going to hold them back. So they need to address it. But the reason Seele is hurt so badly is that Seele was designed to be a really fast, regular attacking character who went out of turn and did lots and lots of turns in an environment where 120 speed was considered fast.
Yeah. The other problem she's got is
that is not the world of today, I'm afraid.
Yeah, the other problem she's got is she's a single target damage hose at the end of the day. And if you commit to buffing her, you commit to moving the power floor up dramatically.
I don't think you need to. That doesn't need to be the case. She's got a couple of major problems. One of those problems is that she can only attack one target. And what I say when I say that is that she can only trigger her follow-ups once. So all of her bonuses are tied to the assumption that you've only got one target because it will only go off one time. If every time you kill a trash mob, it triggers her again, as opposed to being limited to once per cycle, then that problem goes away. because she starts to behave like a Fei Xiao instead, which is much more serviceable as a base to work from.
Yep.
So she's definitely not unsavable, but they have to commit to saving her. And on the downside, Bellabog is not exactly at the center of attention anymore. On the upside, Seele Qua Seele is an incredibly popular character. Like, really popular. Now, Seele, as we know her from Honkai, is a little bit more of a genteel character. But, well, Seele is. Seele isn't. Which is... Well, there are two characters named Seele that both occupy the same body in Honkai Impact 3rd. So, it's a bit difficult to talk about it. Even when you're watching the story take place, both of them address the other as Seele, so the conversations can be a bit confusing. But yeah, they're a slightly different character in some respects, but it's still Seele, and lots of people love her. So by that sort of gravity, she'll probably still get some attention at some point in the future. I don't think that you need to write her off yet. My girl Fu Xuan, on the other hand, might be a write-off because she doesn't have nearly as many fans, and she's part of a defensive paradigm that is way harder to save because the game seems to have abandoned defense as a mechanic. Thanks, Aventurine. You ruined everything. I hope you're proud of yourself. But yeah, so Star Rail's not doing much and ZZ's not doing much. Both of them are in sort of holding patterns, with Star Rail basically being staffed for content. I presume the bartending event will come out this coming week, but I'm not expecting it to be very meaty. I'm expecting to be in a couple of conversations and some Stellar Jade, and then we're done. So that's going to be underwhelming, I'm sure. But ZZZ is about to deploy a new patch. Interested to see where that goes. Don't know how I'm going to find a way to scrape up the time to actually participate in it, but we'll see how that goes. The only thing that is moving right now is Genshin, which is gearing up to go into the next big patch, doing all of their previews and stuff right now. So they did their stream. Did you watch any of the stream?
Nope.
No. Oh, so you're going in blind.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want me to just do this now as a thing?
Do everything but the lore and the story stuff.
Okay. Well, I usually when they're talking about lore, I'll just write lore in my notes rather than actually recording anything.
I know literally nothing about what's coming up that's been released in material.
I write lore in the notes because I don't usually consider that something is worth talking about on the show because it's part of an experience. It's not really features list. So
yeah.
Anyway, let my throat last year. So the Genshin special program. Now, the first slightly self-indulgent thing that they did is, for some reason, it seems like they're just not going to use version numbers. They've just decided, oh, well, we're entering a new chapter now. Version numbers are so last year. We don't need to use version numbers anymore. So these are going to be, it looks like, called patch Luna 1 through Luna 8. I think 8, the most probable number. But so the next patch is going to be called Genshin Luna 1. So we're heading to Nodcry. Everybody's figured this one out at this point. Or they should have.
No, they kind
If
of
they
told
haven't,
us.
I don't know what to tell you.
The game tells you.
So they showed the trailer, and so the trailer's basically like laws and teasers and laws and teasers, shows characters and so on. The main takeaway that I had from it is that the Ian made me want to throw up because I think that their voice acting is atrocious. I have yet to hear anybody in the Genshin cast that I feel personally is a real standout. I just don't think. I just don't think I have.
Who was on the? What characters were on the special preview?
Oh no, they didn't do that this time. This is a 0.0.
Oh,
so the developers do it.
okay.
In person on camera. But the Ian voice acting in the trailer was just atrocious, and it's not even just the voice acting. The voice acting is merely bad. The localization is what's really abominable. Because I kept getting reminded of all the crap that made me stop using the Ian localization, like the pronunciation of Ad Astra Abyssokwe. Like they pronounce Abyssokwe the way you pronounce the word Turusk. Like, you know that this is actually a language, right?
No,
You can't just pronounce it however you want.
I always thought they were just saying Abyssok.
Yeah, they say that. I don't know why they say that, because that's not how the word is pronounced. Like, there is no dialect of Latin that pronounces it that way.
I didn't know it was Latin because I thought they were saying sock.
Well, it just means to the stars and abyss. Or depending on how parochial you want, it could just mean to the stars and seas.
That and when
It's
you
a,
are,
it's just an exploratory slogan.
and when you're mashing through Catherine's dialogue, she only gets to the Ad Astra part before the clip ends.
Which is kind of a meme at this point. That poor Catherine gets clipped most of the time.
Maybe that's why
But
she
yeah,
doesn't know how to say it. She forgets.
that really bothers me, and it's nothing but sloppiness on the localization team. Like, a lot of the songs, where there are vocals in Genshin songs, a lot of them are written in Latin. The Latin is a little bit jank, but it's mostly okay. It's like songwriter Latin. But because it's Latin, they pronounce it correctly in the music. They just don't ever pronounce it correctly in the script, which is very frustrating to me. Anyway, generally speaking, the vocals are quite bad, and Inefa is particularly bad. Like, my goodness, it's so bad. I don't even know how to describe how bad it is. She doesn't even sound slightly like a robot.
Oh yeah, Nefa's terrible. Or is it Nefa? I could we have Eon-san. Okay, that's the other one I was thinking of. Yeah, Nefa is terrible. It's awful. She's one of the worst voices I've ever heard in the game.
Oh, okay, because she's one of the major non-cry characters we've been introduced to so far, so I got overexposed. Like,
No,
it does not sell it very well.
no, she is easily one of the worst voices in Genshin. Might be the worst.
Flint's voice actor is just incredibly banal. Like, his level of talent seems to be sort of like Pappenbrook tier at best,
Yeah.
and his delivery is kind of flat. Like, I get what he's going for. He's just not quite making it all the way there. He's leaping across the chasm and then falling with about 90 centimeters to spare. But yeah, it's how do people play this in Ian? And worse, why do so many people fangirl relentlessly over the voice actors as though they're good? It's really confusing to me.
I often
And,
wonder.
and these people keep showing up in my social media feed as well, because all of them are trying to basically farm clout off of their role in Genshin. So that every time that there's Genshin updates, they're on Twitter 24/7.
Yeah. I don't
And
know.
Cat Pratano has been particularly bad about that lately.
Uh,
But
isn't he Boulevard?
Cat Pratano is Skirk's voice actress.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Yeah, yeah.
but
She gives me. There's a certain aura with that tone of talking voice, and you just kind of know things about the person without knowing them.
I do not know if that individual has picked the valley or the sea. But yeah, at least she last time she appeared in my feed, she was furiously glazing Lygas's voice actor.
Well, that's the correct thing to do for Star Rail's voice acting. There aren't a whole lot of good options to pick from.
But yeah, at any rate, Ian voice acting atrocity
Oh,
as per usual.
Before you get off that though, I did show you the clip of Ligus, or one of the clips of Ligus, so you got to hear him and his scenery chewing in English for his calmer voice. When he loses his crap, it's even funnier. But I couldn't find a clip of that.
Like, I mean, they this is one of those situations that I'm willing to accept because of the quality of the performance, a different take on the character. Because Ian Ligus is not the same as JP Ligus. They are two different characters, but both of them work for the role.
Yeah,
Like the slightly more unhinged manic one, I feel works quite well, but the JP one is more in line with the way the character is written. Like they both have their qualities, I think, and the amount of like sheer spirit and effort that has gone into the Ian performance for Ligus makes up for any shortcomings. It's
yeah,
just that's just not true of most of the characters.
yeah. Like, you're up to like two or three now decent voice actors. Star Rail. I like New Still, although everybody else for some reason seems to not like her. Uh,
I don't know. I don't understand that. Like I've seen people saying, I've seen people trying to wrestle up a boycott of the game until the old still comes back.
here's
Like,
here,
what is they so? Why are they so keen about old still?
it's kind of like we were talking about with iShow Speed. I think these people clout themselves out to the community like they're YouTubers or influencers or something. Some of them literally are, and so people attach to them as people, not because of the quality of their performance. Like we are significant levels of disconnected from people that actually follow these, and we know how sycophantic some fans of these internet personalities can get, and I think that's where a lot of this comes from. So it doesn't actually matter how good the performance is. They've already decided they like it because they like the person.
I thought that Stell's voice actress was basically a newbie to the industry, though.
Possibly. But if she got enough people following her doing stuff on Twitter or something, or on Twitch or whatever she might use, I don't know. Or if she appeared on enough other people's stuff. Although,
Anyway,
speaking of voice actors, you have not heard Stupid Valley Girl until you go look up Astro's voice actor. Girlfriend is dumb as a bag of rocks.
I don't have a strong urge to do that. Like Astra is not the sharpest tool in the shed to begin with. I don't think her voice needs to make her sound even dumber.
Fufu's voice actress, however, is adorable.
How could you not?
You kind of, it seems like that would be written on the ticket for the role. Yeah,
Fufu is like the most adorable thing in the Hoyoverse.
I just love
How
watching.
can you not want? You cannot not want to pat that head.
When I was incredibly sick, I was watching clips of just random stuff that came up on YouTube, and a clip of Grace's voice actress, Astra's voice actress, and they invited Fufu's voice actress to come hang out with them. We're all in a group called Pullin' for Fufu together, and Fufu's voice actress lost both 50-50s for the character and the weapon, and she lost her character to Grace, and Grace's voice actress was in the chat. She's like, "Oh, well, at least you got me there for you." And then she's like, "I'm gonna be so sad if you lose the weapon rolls to Grace's weapon." And then she lost the rolls to Grace's weapon, and then to have Grace say to you, "Well, at least your Grace is gonna be really strong." That stings on a level that we at least don't have to deal with.
Well, I've lost 50-50s to Grace and Grace's weapon too.
Yeah, but you haven't had Grace there to give you a personalized, "Don't worry." After Grace won both of her 50-50s on top of that.
That's just salt in the wound. That anyway. The other thing is that the internet was really mad about a speech that Sandrone gives during the trailer, and they aren't mad that Sandrone is evil. Like amongst the harbingers, Sandrone is an especially amoral individual. Not like a cackling moron like the Doctor, but she is just totally amoral. She's just interested in pursuing the Fatui's goals. Doesn't really care who gets trampled. But rather than being offended at her bad actions, they were offended that her speech sounds colonialist.
What?
Like, this is the level of brainwashing in the population at the moment.
I'm so glad I don't use social media. Every time you tell me something
Like, this is like,
that's happening on the Twitter,
colonialism,
every time you tell me what the normies are thinking, or what a subset of the normies are thinking that are not bots,
I don't think you can call the Hoyo quote community unquote in any way normal.
yeah, it's I'm so glad I don't participate. I got it just sounds awful talking with totally deranged people that have no connection to the product they claim to be fans of because they've just invented a canon with the likenesses of the characters.
Anyway, I rather like Sandrone as a character. I think she's quite cool. She's very goal focused, and I'm sort of interested to see what they do with her because she's been positioned as a playable, but number one, she's a puppet master character, of which Oyo doesn't have very many, and in any of their games. And number two, she's like unambiguously a villain at this stage. So they don't do that very often in Hoyo games where you just get to play as somebody who's just the bad person. Just the bad guy. End of story. Like I mean, it's true that you can play like Alicino, but among like the Harbingers, Alicino sort of doesn't really rank as a villain. Same with Child.
They're
He
not
doesn't really rank as a villain.
they're not going to come ruin your life for no reason, or they may think about it for a second before they come do anything that'll ruin your life if it'll move the Tui's goals a little bit. Or in Child's case, can you punch good? We punch good. We be friends now.
Like Sandrone is sort of like she's the tip of an occupy not cry by force spear. Like she is doing the unethical thing in the name of her nation, or at least in the name of the Tsaritsa. So she's definitely walking in villain territory. She is probably the sister of that researcher from Fontaine. Everything seems to be signaling that. I mean, the first thing that she did in Nodcry seems to have been to build a research institute, just like they have in Fontaine. But yeah, so I'm interested to see what they do with that character. Anyway, moving on to the more generalities about Nodcry. So Nodcry has what I will say for the sake of, because if I say that it's called Kuvaki, Aristeel's not going to remember that word. So I'm going to say it's Nodcry Phlogiston, because it is.
Okay, so we got
It's the
cuckoo
same as
phlogiston. We got cuckoo gas tanks. Got it.
Yeah, it's but I there's no gas tank bar this time. But when I say that, I'm talking conceptually. Like they've got a sort of a magic force which is not associated with the elements because it's a purified version of them all combined. They have their own local flavor. So Natlands 1 is the one that is sort of like native to Tevat, where the elements are undivided. The elements undivided, as it's manipulated in Nodcry, comes from the moon rather than from Tevat. But essentially the principle is the same. It's not like flowing in the ground or anything, so that's why you don't have a gas tank of it, and it's not connected to the ley lines or anything, as far as I can tell. It's just sort of like it rains down from the sky type of thing. Like Nodcry seems to have been ground zero when the moons were shattered for fragments, so the whole place is basically irradiated in it.
Let's see.
But yeah, so the other Nodcry, another Nodcry thing that is sort of like Natlan-esque is that there's no Saurians, of course. Like there's no Saurian indwelling because they don't have Saurians in Nodcry. But there's these things called Kuhenki, which you're also not going to remember. But just think of them as like phlogiston Sales. They look kind of like fat Sales, like bigger Sales. But rather than you indwelling a Saurian or following a Sele, they are sort of halfway between the two. Like they're sort of a weird companion fairy that will attach itself to you, and you can use them to do various things that you would use phlogiston for in Netland, type of
Mhm.
thing, puzzle solving, that sort of thing. Um, the primary mechanic from what previews I've seen seems to be like attraction and repulsion based puzzles and that type of thing. Um, and much in the way that everything in Netland uses phlogiston, be it the animals or the technology, the same thing applies in Nod Cry with Kuhenki, with Kuvaki. And that like all the technology is powered by Kuvaki, which gives them sort of like a weird schizotech vibe because their tech level is way higher than other places. Because they've basically got magic electricity to power everything, the same way that Natlan has Phlogiston doing that role. Um, but yeah, it's the principles are very analogous. Um, I don't think there's much else to say about that, but it seems like it's going to be like the driving mechanic. And it's also sort of like lore-wise, it's what mutates creatures into becoming like super boss tier creatures and that sort of thing. So the first familiar face that it seems that you run into in Nod Cry is your favorite,
Kaya,
Dory.
Arca, Dory. Oh,
S-
oh.
So Dory has set up a branch office, of course, in Nod Cry to sell you things. So you're going to run into Dory pretty early on, it seems. Um,
I'm stealing all your crystal
other
flies, by the way. I
That's fine. I've got like well over 700 of them. Um,
think I'm down to 40.
so basically something that was introduced with Inetha is that there are characters in Nodcry who don't have visions; they have moon wheels instead, and that basically means that their power comes from the moon rather than from Tavat. They still are sort of focused into a particular element that seems to be just a constraint of being somebody who's not the traveler, that you can only wield one element at a time. Well, not the traveler and not also um, Kazuha, because Kazuha, I guess.
Yeah.
But but yeah, they have moon wheels instead, and having a moon wheel rather than a vision is basically an indicator that you can use lunar reactions. So they discuss that a little bit. They imply very heavily that there will be other lunar reactions, but they never mention anything except for Lunar Charged and Lunar Bloom by name.
Well, doesn't the tooltip for that like say new effects may be revealed as the moon's phase changes or something like that?
I
Like
don't know. I don't have any characters
I,
like
I I've been
that. So.
looking at Lauma a lot, and something like that is in the text of the reminder text for lunar chart for lunar whatever lunar reactions.
Anyway, they I'm just talking about what they said on the preview, and what they said on the preview was it implied there would be other reactions, but they never actually state a single one. Like they don't say something like, "Oh well, there will be other elemental reactions will be introduced later, like lunar freeze or whatever." They never say anything like that. They only ever mention by name Lunar Bloom and Lunar Charge. So it's probably an IP control thing, but that also means that there's no real guarantee that all of them will be there. Um, so their design philosophy is basically that they want a way to build a team around a particular reaction where the contributions of the team will be synthesized into a single output as opposed to just being a confused mishmash of reactions. Um, and so the way that they are manifesting this via Lauma is that basically the team is going to be focused around well, the team does various bloom related things that will generate verdant dew resources for Lauma, and then Lauma will spend those verdant dew resources that the team generates in order to amplify the team's performance as a whole. And that's the sort of general logic that they want to go with the lunar reaction designs. So much in the way when you've got lunar charged, everything that the team does theoretically is focused around maintaining the thunderclouds on the field,
Yeah.
which is a bit as a lover of Yae Miko, it makes me feel a little bit rustled because I feel like they're horning in on her act.
Yeah, but now you can have double the thunderclouds or double the thunderbolts.
Anyway, so they move on to introducing the characters. So they introduce Lauma, which is mostly lore about Lauma, and her huge tracts of land.
And her lack of underpants.
Like, I thought maybe it was just in her splash art. No, they have definitely buffed her character model as well, compared to her contemporaries.
I mean, we are missing an archetype in Genshin, and it is called lack of vast tracts of land.
Anyway, well, this is the first sort of one of the first characters who's sort of like explicitly positioned in the sort of the motherly role.
Yeah.
So I guess that they're going for that kind of thing. So she does, of course, have a movement mechanic, being that she can transform into sort of like a stag centaur type thing. Well, she's a female, but she's got big horns. I don't know.
Look.
Anyway,
If Watame can have horns as a sheep and still be a girl, I'll take it.
anyway, that one thing that they're introducing is that they are, generally speaking, going forward, going to make the world a little bit more reactive to particular characters. So NPCs will interact with Lauma if you have her as your active in the world, as though she is Lauma. So if you talk to an NPC, they will react to Lauma if Lauma's out, and will address her as such. And also, like, NPCs from her faction will salute her when she walks past, type of thing. And also, animals really love Lauma, like a lot.
Oh, so meat
Like,
farm.
if you have Lauma in the party, like, particularly powerful magical animals might come up and heal you. Smaller animals might come and offer you some of their stashed food or whatever.
Oh, the animals farm the meat for you.
Basically, yeah. But yeah, so that, and they're doing similar things with various other characters. Like, characters that know Ino will react to Ino and talk to her as though she's Ino. Characters that know Flints will react to Flints and talk to him as though he is Flints, etc. Yeah, so they did mention the other two. Flints has the attribute of the basically the abyss as it occurs in Nodcry's, the faction known as Wild Hunt. They are basically abyss, but they have a bit of a different form to them. There's more backstory there, but we don't know what it is yet. They make all sorts of weird growling noises and that sort of thing. But if you have Flints out on the field, you can hear them as voices instead, because he can understand them. So yeah, they're adding some little Easter eggs like that in there. Flints is also a Moonwheel character. Ino does not seem to be. They use the word vision when talking about her abilities, so presumably her abilities don't trigger Luna, which seems a bit questionable because normally they give out a 4-star that will interact with the zone mechanics, but they call her vision instead. So I presume she doesn't have access to Luna, and they never show her involved in any combat where there's the Luna reaction taking place. So yeah, not really sure what they're up to there. As far as the storytelling goes, they have said that this time, because of the way they wanted to tell the story, and with the characters which having their particular factions and backgrounds and their roles in those factions are sort of woven into the greater plot, so they are integrating the character stories for the major characters in with the plot more generally, rather than having them be separate character quests that are triggered externally to the Archon quest. They say that they are not going into this with the intention of making this the standard approach going forward, but that when they were designing the story, they felt like this was just the better storytelling technique for what they're trying to do here.
Yeah.
So they haven't ruled out doing it the old way. And I mean, there's going to be characters like Escoffier, for instance. You can't integrate her into anybody's plot, right? You still want to do a story to get to know her, but she's not part of any major stories. There are always characters like that. So they're not ruling that out as a way of storytelling, but for the major characters involved in the plot, they will take part in the Archon quest, and parts of the Archon quest will address their pasts and their behavior and that type of thing. So basically, they are using the mature version of what they dabbled in Inazuma, where you, for some reason, randomly go on dates with Ayaka and Yuimiya.
At least Shoimiya's could be read as two girls having fun. If I could see how we got the alphabet fan base with the Ayaka one though. There's no way to read that, but that's a date.
The rewards for character quests are going to be still given out the same way they are presently, except that like for like how you go to the guidebook and you claim the Archon quest reward from the tour guide, you will claim character quest rewards from there as well when you complete that part of the Archon quest that encapsulates that character's role in the story. So they're introducing, rather than like, I suppose the most recent analogy to use would be the what's it called? The tablet of toner. They're not doing that. It looks like
Losing the tree.
They're doing it multiple times instead. So for each major character that is involved in the story, you can do. It looks like you do some kind of quest or something, or unlock with them something called the meeting point. So each of the factions seems to have a representative, and that representative has a meeting point. And at that meeting point, you can hang out with that character, and you can do little side quests with them, or talk to them, or find out about their backstory or whatever. Just sort of a hanging out type of thing. But each of them is sort of like a subtree, and you can upgrade the meeting points by submitting your seals there instead, and as you upgrade them, you unlock various bonuses. And in addition to each of the major characters, Columbina also has a special one all to herself, since she's in a lot of ways the focus of the story. Which I'm glad, because I was planning to pull for her since way back when she was revealed. And I guess if she's important enough, then she might end up with Archon level power, and it'll be worth pulling for her. But yeah, she's going to have her own special meeting point, because she's sort of like always in the background, because it sort of seems to be vaguely implied that she's kind of an ex-god, like maybe one of the moon goddesses from one of the broken moons or something, and is just sort of grotting around Nod Cry these days. But she's basically got her own meeting point that, you'll go and loiter around with her, probably do flirt with her or whatever. This is a gacha game after all. And as you fulfill her various minor requests, she'll give you various blessings in that, which is probably going to take the form of like minor random buffs or something like that by the looks of things. And then they abruptly segued into revealing the banners. So the first banner is Lauma Nahida. And, well, I mean, that's more or less what people expected. 2 Dendros. I pity the people who wanted both of them, because there are always more Nahida wanters. But, yeah. I hope you have enough Primogems in stock, you people. Chronicled Wish for Sumeru will launch, and it's... I've seen this referred to as playing Russian roulette with 6 bullets in the chamber. Because the Chronicled Wish is Dea, Alhaitham, Wanderer, Sino, Nailu, Tainari.
Nailu is like the only one of those that's any good, and that's a niche.
Well, the thing is that there are always people who want Wanderer. And Sino has a surprisingly large niche fandom. And Alhaitham always has people gushing over Alhaitham.
Like, I like Sino and his dumb dad jokes and his Yu-Gi-Oh motif, but I would not pull for him. He does not get over the penis factor.
But there are a lot of people who don't consider the penis factor for some reason.
Those
But
aren't.
yeah, this is a Chronicled Wish banner which has Daya and Tainari on it. So yeah. But the long and short of it is you will have your chance to pull for Nailu, and she's going to be up at the same time as Lauma. But Chronicle Wish usually runs across both banners, doesn't it? Or does it just run across the first half?
I do not know off the top of my head. I can check it in a second when I'm not gliding, but I had expected this and planned for this anyway, so this isn't a surprise.
Yeah.
And I
Well, I told you that it was rumored ages ago that Chronicle Wish was going to launch with.
already bought her outfit.
But yeah, so Chronicle Wish and Lauma, and then the weapons, of course, they can have the weapon banner along with them, which for all of those people who. I don't know if. Does Daya have her own weapon? Does Tainari have his own weapon? I don't even know.
Good question.
But
That could be a Mizuki situation, as we found out last week.
yeah. Anyway, and of course, Lauma and Nahida's weapons presumably are going to be up as well. Probably, I'm not going to pull for Nahida's weapon because it doesn't seem great.
I mean,
It doesn't seem bad, but it doesn't really seem great either.
every time I look at it, it's like the number one recommended weapon on everything until like Sit Lollies, I think, ties with it now because we have a second EM weapon. But like any Catalyst character that wants EM, their
This
choices
is
just
what
aren't
we call
that good.
victory by default. This
Well,
is what we call victory by default. This does not make the weapon good.
yeah, it's just, the problem is the dearth of EM catalysts.
Anyway, so yeah, banner 2 is going to be Flint's, Yellen, I know. I'm a little bit tempted by Yellen because Yellen is so strongly regarded as being the best fourth for the Skirk team, but I don't really want to go all in on Yellen. I like Yellen well enough as a character, but it's not. I don't exactly love her. I just like her. So
Mechanically, she also seems like one of the easier ones to replace on the team or get power corrupt.
yeah, it seems like she just kind of does Hydro stuff. I don't know her kit very well, but it seems like she just kind of does the Hydro. Does Hydros. She Hydros things, which I mean, I don't know what Columbina will do, but I've been planning to pull for her since like Yonks before Natlan. And she's Hydro because she's the moon. The moon controls water, so she must be Hydro. But yeah, so if there's going to be another major Hydro character, like especially since her character design implies a certain passivity as a sort of like on motif for the moon. So being a somewhat passive Hydro character, perhaps of Archon level power, who even knows, kind of implies powerful support. So Yellen may be a no-go. I don't have the Primos for it anyway. Well, technically speaking, I do have the Primos, but it would be kind of blowing a lot of my savings early for no good reason. Yeah. Anyway, that's the thing. I've heard a lot of people say I know is complete trash. Like for a 4-star, she's like
Lower than
sub
Kachina tier. Yeah.
Which is really tragic. I hope she doesn't launch that way because I think people like to feel good about the power of their 4-stars. I don't think that I don't think that any of the Hoyo teams quite understand just how important 4-stars are. Although, like, I don't really understand what the ZZZ team's position is on it because they're going to get yelled at no matter what. There's a whole bunch of people claiming they're going to quit the game over Minato being in A ranker.
Hey, if they want to use the 4 stars as the penis dumping ground, I'm fine with that.
So they mentioned that there are 2 new artifact sets, which you already knew because it's obvious, but they didn't discuss their stats in any way, so I don't have any more final information on that. That's probably why they didn't discuss it, because they probably haven't finished tweaking yet.
Yeah. I got the page pulled up for mechanical stuff. Let's see. The numbers are obviously going to be tweaked, but the V5 version of them, the latest one from the beta, was when lunar reactions happen by the character that's currently on field, get buff for 4 seconds, increasing crit rate, and when some mechanic I don't understand called moon sign happens, uh, all characters' lunar reaction damage is increased by 10% for each lunar reaction that happens. That seems to be the go-to one for any character that pops up and does lunar stuff. And then there's the other lunar one that's the blue one. We have a black one and a white one this time. The white one is energy recharge, and uh, when you deal elemental damage, gain elemental mastery for same different flavors of whatever that buff I don't understand is, and it can trigger when off field. So we have the standard. This is the
On
nation
the
of
on and the off field.
yeah. We have nation of this based heavily in elemental reactions. This one's for the one that sits on the field. This one's for the one that sits off the field.
Right. So you can go in when they have the obligatory double drops for the patch. You can go in and farm those without fear because they'll find a home on one of the characters.
Yep. Like Natlan, probably.
Depending on how widespread the whole Luna thing is, because I don't know, it's really not clear based on what they said what the distribution of Moonwheel's divisions is. Because like the long term residents of Nodcry all have they all have Moonwheels, but characters that are sort of like migrants, there's no real reason to believe that they all have them, so they won't be able to use Luna abilities. They need an enabler in the team for that. So yeah, not really sure how that's going to work. I mean, you could end up with like, because we know there's going to be at least 2 members of the Hexen Circle, but they're the most powerful magic users in the world. Maybe they can just tap into the moon if they feel like it, even though they're both going to be immigrants. Although nobody really knows for sure where Nicole is from. There's a hanging implication that she was once a Sele. But
I think that she was a money grubbing pink haired girl that collects friends like Pokemon.
it's possible. Anyway, there was a bunch of lore stuff about the various factions in Nodcry, which I'll skip over. They did give some examples of a particular quest where you're trying to deal with a Fatui outpost, and there you can choose to do going through the front and fight every Fatui in the base as your approach, or you can do crawl through the vents and infiltrate the place and drive a Fatui Roomba around and stuff. So looks like they're adding some alternate paths there for you to tackle major story quests.
At least it's a Roomba. That gives us the option between stealth and Unga Bunga to Unga Bunga and Silly. Makes the decision a bit more meaningful. And those are both good options.
They also mentioned that because Nodcry is the place where the founder of the treasure hoarders made his fortune, and basically buried the One Piece there. Nobody knows where though, and he left clues all over the place for anybody who wants to find the One Piece. And this is it's implied that this is going to be sort of like a running quest throughout the version of trying to track down clues to where the founder of the treasure hoarders buried whatever secret thing it was that he buried in Nodcry.
And it's going to explain why there are a bunch of people that throw dirt at you are all over the planet.
Perhaps. Who even know? They also mentioned that the major event for this version is going to have a catalyst as the weapon reward, but no clues on what it does yet. And it also looks like there's going to be another Dodoko event and a refresh Stygian, I guess, if anybody cares, since it's Stygian sucks. Makes me mad. Catherine is going to offer bounties this time for local legends, and these will reward primos.
Oh, cool.
Token amount of primos. So there's a reason you'll get told go hunt this local legion, and you can go and hunt the local legion and get some for it. And it looks like once you've hunted all the local legions, you'll get a frame for your avatar icon. It's not a very interesting frame, but it's more about introducing the feature of avatar frame. And they introduce Lunar modes to Imaginarium Theatre, which they've added a thing called Lunar Arcanum to it, which are basically like tarot arcana that you can unlock, but they don't say anything about what it does, just that you unlock them through this mode and that you can trade them between players to collect the whole set. So for all I know, they're just a collectible, but they may also have some impactful influence on mechanics. I don't know. But this is designed to be the super ultra difficult challenge version of Imaginarium Theatre. There are 12 combat performances required, and you need a minimum of 28 applicable characters. It's still a 3 element as well.
Screw that noise.
And you can add up to 32 characters to get the buffs. Despite it explicitly stating that it's going to be very difficult and you need to be properly prepared to do it, they still allow you to enter characters that are only level 70. Which seems like they're just admitting that people can't make the requirements.
Yeah, like they do know that most of their player base does not do 6 refreshes per day, right?
I mean, do you know that? Because I don't know that.
Because those people have to be so infrequent the world would stop if all the Genshin players put that much time on the game.
Most of the player base is in China, not in the West. Things just work differently over there. So there's a lot that we don't know in that regard. I'll say that their graphics, some of the graphics designs and the menus and that are nice, but that's the nicest thing that I'm ever going to say about Imaginarium Theatre, because I hate it.
Yeah. All the roguelike modes in all the Hoyo games are my least favorite part. So it's already roguelites are already an upsell. You're gonna have a hard time getting me to really attach to those, but Imaginarium Theater somehow has managed to make itself especially obnoxious.
And the 2 characters who are getting their sort of like running trail aura thing, this one, are Yellen and Nahida. I have no idea what a Nahida solo combat challenge looks like.
Some of them had like puzzles.
Because Nahida does not pack a lot of heat, I have to say.
I mean, I saw a guide one time for personal damage Nahida, and it looked terrible, but some mad lad put it together.
I've seen a guy running around doing 60k damage to every target that gets caught in Nahida's snapshot. So it's not like she can do no damage if you build her for it. But solo Nahida?
Gotta believe.
I do not feel obliged to believe.
Believe in the cabbage.
Right. Of course there's going to be updates to Genius Invocation. I don't really feel the need to say more about that because I don't play Genius Invocation. Like ever.
The Kokomi, Raiden Shogun, and official team is still working.
They have given me my wish that I put in the feedback form to make Traveller's Tales an immortalized permanent event that is always running. They're adding a mechanic of some kind where when you want to see a character, you can go to the shrine in Inazuma and make a wish to meet them, and then you might meet them the next day, type of thing. But yeah, that's going to be an ongoing thing. Okay, so then they got into listing free stuff that they're adding and so forth. So this is where the barrage of features is being added. Okay, so first thing, standard check-in event for a new version, 10 pulls, 80k Mora, 8 perp XP books. I don't know why they're so stingy with perp XP books. Everybody needs a gajillion of them. Couldn't you be a little bit more generous? And 1 Dust of Enlightenment, which I'm hoarding for a rainy day instead of using like a sane person. And at the same time, for the new version deployment, in addition to the daily check-in bonuses that you get for sequential check-ins, they are going to dump a bunch of stuff in your mailbox as well. 1,600 primos, 1 sanctifying elixir, 2 fragile resin, and the pet for the version, which this time is sort of like a hovering robot cat thing, like Anefa's little sidekick, except it's a hovering cat thing. And the hovering daybed, which is looks like a thing that you can deploy and sit on that can accommodate up to 2 people sitting on it.
Mm-hmm.
Not really sure what the point is, but you know, it's there. Okay, other anniversary stuff. 5-star selector. So it's the standard 5-star selector. They say that they're planning to find a way to make it so that the most recent selector, anniversary selector, will be available to newbies that start at any given time, rather than them missing out on it, the way I did with Woowa. So, yeah, that's nice for those guys. I don't know who I'm going to pick on the next selector. I'll probably pick Mizuki because I just like her as a character, and the odds of me getting her are not high.
Where's
But if
Daya?
I do, what am I supposed to do with her? So,
Daya,
what
where are you at?
about Daya?
I want to see what mine's constellations are at so I can cry. I'm at C3 Daya.
I'm only at C2. I don't feel the need to get C3. Are you going to go for C4 in this next selector?
I don't know.
Just go all the way?
I'll probably pick Mizuki for completion's sake to keep moving me towards having all of them. Just to have another tool in the toolbox in case I'm possessed to one day gear the account for Imaginarium Theater or something.
Yeah, I have no real interest in collecting them or anything like that. Although I'm probably not too far off. I don't have Kitching, but I'll probably get Mizuki because I like Mizuki. What's the next? Where's my list? My list. Where are my notes? Come back, notes. Oh yeah. When you get the selector, they will also just give you all of the mats you need to ascend to level 60, except for the XP books, because you have to go and farm more ley lines. Enjoy.
You got to charge more resin refreshes out of you.
But yeah, they give you all the other parts to get them to 60. So sort of like a jump start for newbies type of thing. Where was I at? In the new version, you're going to get Adventurer EXP for doing things like collecting culisses and unlocking Shrines of the Depths and that sort of thing. They're just adding more sources of Adventure EXP
Is it
just to
retroactive?
accelerate the curve
Do we
a
know
little bit.
that?
Ha!
It's
Ha!
of course not, but
Ha!
you have to check once.
They are revamping their character demo thing for new characters to be more like the ZZZ one. So you at least have some idea how the character functions before they throw you in the deep end and expect you to kill something with it. They are attaching what look like world harvestables to the battle pass, so that you can get at least some token amounts of like local specialties and stuff out of the battle pass as well. They are raising the purchase limit on stuff you purchase with Stardust from the shop. And there's this last one that they put on this particular slide, which sort of irritated me. They're generally reducing the difficulty of open world enemies when you're in co-op mode and in domains. So what they said about this was that basically co-op is mainly used by scrubs who can't even do basic world bosses on their own. And it turned out that because co-op was scaling, assuming that you could do them on your own, even if they were pugging for a random person to help them, and they tried to do a boss, if they ever got 2 scrubs at the same time, they would get absolutely dog-walked by the boss. And so the scrubs couldn't progress. So they're nerfing everything because of the scrubs.
Did they mention how big we are nerfing?
No, they didn't. But the whole point is to make it doable by scrubs. So it's probably going to ruin the experience for everybody, basically. I don't understand why. Like this seems like a get good scenario to me.
Yeah, I have always been on the get good train, and people can moan and whine about it, but too bad. I really don't care what game it is. the answer is always get good.
I'm just a little bit incredulous that people, after all this time, can be bad enough at Genshin that they can't like kill a hypostasis. But like, I guess if you look at something like Dendro hypostasis or even Geo hypostasis, those fights are probably too complicated for the average Genshin player.
Yeah,
You can believe that.
to be fair with dendro hypothesis, and unless you really are just experimenting with crap as you do it, you're gonna need to look that one up. But even then, the execution might be too hard. I guess.
Well, Geo can be kind of rough as well. Like, Geo hits pretty hard. And if you don't know the thing about, like, claymores, for instance,
Or rocks.
or, well, yeah, or Ningguang or Klee, because Klee is a special exception amongst pyrocatalyst users, who for some reason does heaps and heaps of material damage.
Marisa does it too. As a
Is it,
catalyst user.
is it her butt?
It's her butt and her
It's her
head.
butt, isn't it?
Yeah, her butt has bonus rock breaking powers.
That's something else.
So does her head, but not as much as her butt. Her butt's tied to her plunging attack. I love my bouncy cow.
That butt. But Buff Klee. Yeah, there's one thing I will comment right up front. They did not announce any character buffs. They did not announce story replay mode. So, two key things that they kind of need. Oh, and they still have no resin overflow. Like, easy win, left on the table. Anyway, moving on.
I wonder how much money they do make through really pushing their tryhards to refill their resin.
I presume that the reason why they don't have overflow is because, unlike the other two games, they already had extant metrics showing that they can make money that way. Anyway, where was I in my notes? Oh, yeah, I'm up to the part in my notes where I wrote in all caps, still no resin overflow. Moving on. So the meeting points I mentioned earlier that you construct in regions for hanging out with particular characters, as you level those up by dumping whatever the sigil equivalent is into them, you will unlock various things. And one of the things that will be unlocked is upgrades to your compass to eventually increase its range to the entire map and show everything once it's leveled all the way up.
So it lets you finally 100% zones without needing to tear your hair out.
Basically, yeah.
Man, if it works in Inkonomia, a whole lot of people are never going to know that suffering.
There's no reason to believe that it will work anywhere outside of Nordcry. They did not supply any information suggesting that that would be the case. Now, there is no reason it could not be the case at some point in the future, but they have not provided any evidence or screenshots or statements saying that it would be.
It's not too big of a jump to establish the feature now and then retrofit it later.
Yeah, I mean, like people like me who have like obviously got like 5 treasure chests somewhere in the first zone of the game that they just can't find for love nor money. Like,
It could also be a
there's
Mororock.
going to be a few of those. It could be a Mororock, but they didn't have Mororocks back then, so it's probably not. Where was I? Oh, they're going to have lunar treasuries this time instead of the tribal treasuries, and instead of elixirs this time, it's going to have dusts of enlightenment. Or maybe it'll have both, but they said that it's going to have dusts of enlightenment.
I'm about to say that I really would like them to have elixirs because holy
Dust of enlightenment's better than elixirs anyway. Like I'll take dust of enlightenment over elixirs any day.
I cannot get the drop period ever. Like the main stat is wrong on every hourglass and helmet of a set I want. Seems like I have to craft those all the time for any character that I put serious work into.
Where was I? Where was I? Okay, here we go. This is the money shot for most people. All 3 affix relics that drop will have the 4th affix already visible and grayed out before you start leveling it.
Oh, that's a
So you
wonderful.
can trash every 3 affix one that has no hope of a good 4th.
No more let's go gambling.
Yeah. Don't need to gamble anymore. You already know what the result is going to be before you start. So you can just dump it straight in the grinder if you know it's just going to be flat defense. Right. As a result of that, the originally the elixir generation module, the purpose of it was to scrap those relics that you dump a little bit of XP in and then get a flat defense 4th. And since that's not going to be necessary anymore, they're now just letting you pump your essences directly into that instead of needing to spend more to level up a piece and then dump it into the grinder.
Thank goodness.
Where's my next note? Okay, so when you do a domain now, as of 6.0, you are going to be able to choose to spend 20 of your resin, or you can just spend 40 resin instead in the domain and get double the rewards.
Oh, so you don't need to go and craft freaking crystallized whatevers. You can actually use them as pseudo overflow.
Not exactly. Because they're changing those.
Oh boy.
Now they're crafted into 60s instead.
Oh.
And then you claim 3 instead. But that means that there's sort of like a 1-to-1 for fragile resin and crystallized resin. Which I'm thinking might explain why on the screenshots that they showed, the fragile resin spend option was missing from the interface, probably because it puts the crystallized one there in its place if you have any in the bank, is what I'm speculating. But the dangerous part is that screen where you select the reward type, like, so it's now got 20, and 20 has a toggle that turns it into 40, and below that it's got the crystallized one for 60. Below that it has a direct Primogen spend option.
Oh. Hopefully there's a confirm on that. There's not going to be a confirm on that, is there?
I have no idea. If there's not, that's going to cause a great deal of outrage and a lot of customer service overhead. This is something that they revealed as a good thing, but it felt like I was being poked in the eye or kicked in the balls or something. During the launch week of a banner, like the first week that a new banner is up, all daily restrictions on farming domains are lifted. So you can just spam whichever domain every day for a week. Why they can't just lift them all the time, I don't know. But they have chosen not to do that, but they have given you a grace week. So if your farming is not complete on the day a banner goes up, or like the domain didn't exist until the banner went up, as is sometimes the case, you have got free reign for a week where there's no daily restrictions. Which is good, but it's sort of a half measure, you know?
Yeah, we're taking too many baby steps towards the way things should be.
I mean, if you're developing from a conservative perspective, like baby steps are the way you should do everything. But I think that there's a lot of time has passed, you know.
The problem is those baby steps are so slow that the Genshin team is not known for their alacrity.
This is not baby steps. This is the Grandma Shuffle. Where am I? I should have put some better markers in my notes so I can hold my place easier. Okay, now this is something that doesn't benefit us. Maybe it will at some point in the future. It doesn't benefit us right now. But they are introducing a system not orthogonal to either, divergent from the Star Rail standard Eidolon system. Except this is slightly different. Anytime you get a C7 on a 5-star, in addition to the normal 25 whatchamacallit that you get, because normally if you get a C7 5-star, they basically refund you half the cost of a 10 pull. That was my understanding. I've never actually done it, so I don't know. But now they're adding, in addition to that, what they call Masterless Stellar Fortuna. And Masterless Stellar Fortuna is an odd little item that you can use to, at one shot, raise the level of a character 5 levels above max. So one of them will raise a character from 90 to 95 immediately with no EXP books required, any character you choose. And a second one, if you get one, can be used to raise it to 100, which is the new cap. There is no other way to break the cap.
Yeah, I should get that fourth Dea.
Yeah, a lot of people are thinking that maybe if I just get one more Chi-Chi.
Oh, now she won't show up, though, if you need her. That's the problem.
But that's why I'm going to pretend the system doesn't exist. Everybody, though, is super, super concerned that Stygian is now going to be balanced around a full party of level 100s, like 12 100s. Because, in addition to base stats being super powerful, as any Bennett owner knows, it is also going to add a bonus of some sort that is not yet fully defined to the magnitude of reactions that character instigates, which is going to cause like the top end to balloon out pretty dramatically if it's percentage based.
Yeah, and even if they say with their mouths they won't balance around level 100s.
If you balance around the whole pool of data, that's balancing around level 100s.
Yeah, you're gonna
So
run
unless
in.
they surgically excise every run data, every run datum point that includes a 100, you are going to be balancing around 100.
Yeah, which the top end players right now will have a level 100 somewhere, so excising them entirely fudges with your data quite a bit.
Well, people who have been day one in Genshin since the year dot have probably got most of those standards at C7 or close by now.
Yeah, that's
But
that's
yeah,
that's nuts.
so this is a hazardous decision. It's nice for those people that they're going to get some kind of reward. They also said that they are going to data mine every historical C7 anybody has ever pulled and give people proportional numbers of Masterless Stellar Fortuna for everyone that they would have missed. So we'll see the effect of the data set on the data set day one, basically, because it'll probably launch Stygian alongside it. So the new Stygian will go up along with 6.0, along with all of the whales getting a mountain of Masterless Stellar Fortuna dumped in their laps. But it is nice of them that they're going to go back in time and retroactively award all of them. It's the sort of thing that builds a lot of whale confidence, which is, of course, what you want if you're running a gacha game. You want maximum whale confidence. Okay, next one, which will apply to us probably, unless you really, really hate dailies, because this probably involves dailies. I don't know for that for sure, but that's the vibe I get. They're introducing a new sort of permanent system called To Temper Thyself and Journey Far, which is basically, it runs on an 8-week cycle, and that cycle will proceed from start to finish 4 times in the year. So 4 sets of 8 weeks in the year this will take place. Though it's not really, those are the numbers that have been tossed about, but they didn't really classify how that would set up, since those numbers don't really mesh with any of the other normal Genshin cycles. So I don't know what they're going to peg it to, but those were the numbers that were tossed around. Now this thing is basically it's got a series of rewards that you get for completing a set of tasks every week for 8 weeks in a row.
Uh-huh.
And the rewards are, week 1 is 20 weapon EXP crystals. Hooray.
That's a
Are you
slap in the
thrilled?
that's a slap in the face. Okay.
Week
Starting
2
off
is a crown.
what? Okay,
What, you don't want a crown?
that's considerably more valuable, but Still, I have not used all my crowns because I simply don't have the materials to level up that many character skills.
Week 3 is 10 purple EXP books.
Slap in the face.
You're getting a bit of a schizophrenic feel here.
Bit.
Week 4 is elixir for artifact crafting.
We have value reward.
Week 5 is 100k Mora.
Hey, that's a pretty good reward. I'll take that.
You're really jonesing for the Mora, are you?
Paimon's got it right. There's never enough money.
Week 6 is Dust of Enlightenment for cooking the books on your stat.
Mm-hmm.
Week 7 is 5 Sanctifying Essence. There's like a dozen ground up purple relic.
Mm-hmm.
Number 8 is a Stellar Fortuna of your choice for a character that you own of a particular set. And I will name the set for you because you are likely to be quite happy.
Navia's on there.
I'll read. No, it's not.
Oh.
But I'll read them off, and it's mostly old characters, but I'll read them off for you in order that way they were presented. It's quite a long list too. Jean, Deluc, Chi-Chi, Mona, Ketching, Klee, Tartaglia, Albedo, Ganyu, Shao, Hu Tao, End User License Agreement, Ayaka, Yoimiya, Kokomi, Ito, Shinhei, Yaimiko, Ayato, Tainari, Sino, Nailu, Wanderer, Dea, and Baiju.
Okay, there's 2 clear targets there.
So, 4 times per year, and you can only claim it once per character. You can't keep stacking them on the same character. 4 times per year, you can claim a Stellar Fortuna for a character through this system.
Let's see.
Yeah, most characters on that list have incredibly shitty C1s, but it's better than a kick in the butt. And they aren't asking for you to do all that much for it, as far as I can tell. So for me, there's not really that much to look at there. Like, Klee will finally get something, I guess. And I will definitely get Yaimiko's, even though Yaimiko's constellations are legendarily bad. But I love Yaimiko, so she's going to get something out of it. But then I'm more or less down to standards. Now, they imply very heavily in some of the other stuff that this list is likely to, over the course of the time, be either rotated or expanded. So it could be that at some point in the future, you will see the characters that you're jonesing for appear on there.
Get my C4 Navia. I could fire Zelonin from the team. Well, no, I can't because the resonance shred stacks.
But yeah, this is basically just something that they're implementing just to give out free Stellar Fortuna. There's not really there's not much in the way of ulterior motives here other than the fact that getting Stellar Fortuna may bait people into wanting more of them.
Yeah,
which would be true with anything, really.
Because a lot of characters in this game, they have a pretty decent C1, but a really amazing C2 that totally changes how playable they are. I
don't think that's true. I think most characters are incredibly trash C1.
Okay,
the
well,
C2s are usually Titanic, but the C1s are usually complete sweaty dog balls.
Okay, well, I have been spoiled on looking at all the Natlan characters and their C1s that are all increase the gas tank.
That's something that's unique to Natlan, really.
So the relative value of C1s personally is always like, oh, that's so much higher, but I can't do it.
Like there is a clear rubric here. They do want the C2 to be powerful. But this is just going to bait me in the direction of pulling for more Sitlalis if she ends up on the list ever. But yeah, there's a clear rubric. Like, it's most obvious in Star Rail, in my opinion, where like every support has a really, really good C1 and every DPS has a really, really good C2. And supports usually get mediocre the higher up you get them, and the damage dealers get more cracked the higher up you push them. The E1 on a damage dealer in Star Rail is almost always completely naff. On ZZZ, I find them very, very hard to read. Like the player's actual input to combat is so high in ZZZ that when it comes to mindscapes, I have a lot of difficulty weighing their value.
Yeah, unless you've looked into the numbers, like you look at Jane's E1 and or Mindscape 1 and Mindscape 2. Like you can tell the first one's good because it gives you another charge you can hold if you build up 2 passions back to back, but don't use the spinning. That's really strong, and it comes with a additional scaling of attack on her assaults. That seems really good. But you look at her M2, and if you don't know the numbers, you don't know just how cracked it is. Because just letting you ignore 20% of an enemy's defense is huge in that game.
And it will get bigger since of the rumor coming out of beta that they're increasing base defense on all the bosses going forward.
Yeah, and I do not have mine at M2, but I'm very tempted to when she comes back around.
Well, if you want to go full vertical Jane jockey, like in ZZZ, that is way more possible than it is in Genshin or Star Rail.
Yeah, you're also the 3-person teams mean you're less likely to need to make subs for that team if you go vertical. Or when you do, you don't have to jockey the team too much, and you can put it together easier with one less character.
But yeah, I just have difficulty perceiving mindscapes. Like I have occasionally in the past, out of curiosity, gone to look at a spreadsheet and they're like, "Oh, actually, this mindscape is like 9% better than getting the signature weapon," and I'm like, I can't hear you over the drip of my hair glowing.
Yeah, I think Fufu was a case like that. And it's like, but her tail can glow.
Well, I didn't even think about that before pulling it. I was just like, no, Fufu gets Fufu's weapon because Fufu is adorable. Best orange cat theory and gets her weapon. But when it came to Yuzuha, it was definitely like, no, I need the glowy hair. I'm sorry. The logic was the same for Astra. Like Astra's like, no, I don't care that her signature is crap. Her hair's going to glow. This is the way the world will be.
I am pasting in live show chat what we mean here. So, like, that's Jane's passive. The only important part is that when you trigger assault on an enemy with Jane, or rather, just when Jane hits an enemy, they go into a state called nod for 10 seconds. And her M2 is when in the nod state, when any squad member triggers assault on it, so if Jane's hit it in the last 10 seconds and it gets assaulted, a flat 15% of their defense is ignored. And assault, and Jane's crits with her assault procs are 50% stronger, which seems good and really strong, but we all know crit scaling and the way it actually translates into numbers can be a little hard to read. But you'll really dismiss ignore 15% defense if you haven't looked at the numbers. You're like, oh, that seems good, but I don't know how good. Try almost like a 50% damage increase. That's how good that is.
Yeah, that I also feel like in ZZZ, going really deep on a support seems to be really strongly on contraindicated. Like some of them have really, really powerful abilities, but because the on-field time spent piloting the damage dealer is so critical, it feels like all the investment should go there.
Yeah, unless that mindscape is like you have to whip this character out less to get maximum benefit from them on a support. They seem naturally less appealing, just because I don't want them on the field. Like I don't want Vivian and Astra on the field for very long because Vivian's a sub DPS and Astra's job is to sit there and sing. But yeah, and I still can't not just hold the button on Yuzuha and watch the stupid rain from her umbrella blow stuff up.
Yeah, I have a tendency to go into a slightly hypnotized state when Alice does her cool guys don't look at explosions moment after her
Oh yeah, watch that crap every time. Don't care if the mode has a
I
timer.
I know you're supposed to clip it off and switch in the next character because it will continue even if you don't watch it. But the aura farming is so intense that I can't help but stop and watch.
Same deal with Miyabi's Judgment Nut and Vivian's Umbrella. Like I just want to watch the explosion. Vivian's I cut off more though because you have to do it so much. She is very much a hot swap character.
But yeah, I haven't gone deep on any ZZZ characters because I haven't found one that I truly adore who that would benefit. Like I like Alice a lot, but I don't know if she's quite there. She may or may not be. If I was a bigger Virgil fan, I probably would have gone deep on Miyabi because I really like Miyabi as a character. So autistic. But the character that I just adore the most is probably Fufu, but all of her like mindscapes are about making her do less, not making her do more,
Yeah,
which just makes me sad.
on-field fufu is not a thing. It's like
I want it to be a thing. Like the thing is that I really like her on special on-field abilities that she gets when she's using her cracked things.
yeah,
And like I like how she gets like a full pause combo that does a shit ton of impact damage
yeah.
and that sort of things. Like why couldn't that have been part of your base kit? She's
I
still going to be less efficient to play on field because she won't get whatchamacallit damage. The off field, what is it called? I can't even remember what it's called.
Aftershock.
Yeah, she won't get any aftershock, so it'll still be worse to play, but you would be able to actually play her on the field.
Yeah, I love shooting the laser with Astra and all that other fun stuff you can find just laying in random character gear buffs from the simulated universe. But
Like Fufu's mindscapes are so bad though. Like the first one is just it lowers her distance to cap for her crit rate and gives her enough might to immediately go into aftershock mode as soon as she starts the fight, and that's basically it. She increases stun damage multiplier a bit, but I mean, what are you going to do? That's just a stunner thing. So yeah, first mindscape's basically a write-off. It just takes her off the field faster. The second mindscape increases your crit damage. Increases your crit damage. Increases your crit damage. Third
Fufu's
one is the normal third one. Fourth one increases your crit damage again.
Fufu's
It's
crit
another crit
damage
damage increase.
or the whole team's crit damage. I guess
No, Fufu's crit damage. Well, the first one is the team crit damage increases by a tiny bit. The fourth one is just Fufu's crit damage increases by a tiny bit.
let's
Just
see.
Fufu. Fufu and only Fufu. The fifth one is the usual fifth one. The sixth one's supposed to be cracked, right? 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 But no, it increases her attack and her damage.
Little Tiger Fufu hopping through the hollows.
It's like she is desperately trying to be an on-field attacker, but nobody has told her her job is to be an aftershock impact character.
Look, when she says, "Listen to my roar," you
She thinks she's Silver Anby, but she's actually Trigger.
I imagine she gets on the team with
I mean,
Eve and Astra tries to be the on-fielder and Eve's like, "That's cute. Hang on, look at that over there," and goes and does the job for her. Oh, look, you totally did it, Fufu.
she's absolutely adorable and she's incredibly good at what she does. She's like, I think she's massively underrated because most people don't like her as a usable character. I think she's incredible, but I'm incredibly biased because she's just so adorable. The fluffy tail, it just propels back and forth all the time.
Maybe when they finally add multiplayer, you can be the Fufu for my.
Now that's another thing that I'm really salty about multiplayer, because the beta multiplayer looks like absolute shite. It's just like this is not going to be fun at all. Everybody's going to hate this because it is just everybody waits until the person on field lets the next person come on field.
Oh, it's because I wondered if they would even be able to solve the dodge slowdown problem because it's so integral to the game. Looks like they have not come up with a satisfactory solution, so they have this instead for now.
But that would be worse, a lot worse. Like it's just nobody wants that because somebody's just going to pick a rupture character and they never go off field because rupture characters don't need to. Like sure they could cooperate, but most people who play ZZZ are going to be incredibly narcissistic individuals who won't. Like, no, I'm better than the other people on the team, therefore there's no reason for me to ever go off team because it'd be a DPS loss. That's the logic that's going to be in play. And you know they're going to make us play with randoms because they do in Genshin. So this is just that in its current state, it is entirely cancerous.
Yeah, given
So
given they've had to weather a PR storm with Bangbu TV, it, I could see a future where they delay that feature for quite a while until they can get something working.
which is why I'm really interested in seeing if you ever find time to get there. And I'm not trying to push you to do it because I would never push somebody to try and take on another gacha game. Not everybody does 6 like me. um, the I'm really interested to see what exactly it is that they do in Wuthering Waves because they've got a little bit of slowdown dodge in there, but also intro and outro are like a major mechanic. And of course, you never leave the field. Everybody plays at once in multiplayer on Wuthering Waves.
Yeah,
So
it could be.
I kind of want to see what the execution looks like in practice.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things with Wuthering Waves. Um, it does not seem like now. I think there is quite a bit of slowdown on a parry, uh, from what I remember in the brief bits I played. But it did not seem like there was as much slowdown on a dodge as there is in
No,
ZZZ.
it's not Vital View. Vital View is like deliberately turning that knob up to 11.
Yeah, that's the real thing I've always been, and why I haven't been super gung ho for them to rush out ZZZ multiplayer. Is
Well, I'm not asking them to rush it out, but I don't want them to rush it out at all if it involves two people sitting in the queue waiting for their turn to play the game.
yeah, because
Like you're not playing a game at that point. It's not actually co-op, is it?
yeah, I do not have the solution for you to fix this problem. It's a fundamental part of the game, and it's going to take some real creative legwork
I I
to
I think
find
you
the
could
proper
probably
solution
just
for it.
dial it down. Like you could just dial it down because realistically, Vital View is not actually necessary for the game. Like it is as a gimmick in Hollow Zero, but Vital View is just for the aura farming basically.
Yeah, you
It
could.
gives you a little bit of time if you need it to assess, but by and large, it doesn't actually play a role in the game. It's just cinematic.
To the probably the best compromise they could do, if they can find a way to do it, would be to have your character still go into vital view and be invulnerable during it, but the enemies do not slow down. It would lead to a lot of janky play, and Jane would be very, very hard to use in multiplayer if that was the case. But it's probably the
That
best
seems to
compromise
be
they can do.
that seems to be mostly what Wuthering Waves does from what I can see. Like you just rather than it really doing slow down, it just causes a sudden dramatic expansion of your invulnerability frames.
Yeah. So
But yeah, the most insultingly jank thing about the current ZZZ multiplayer is that if you use the um I can't remember the terminology for anything in ZZZ. The the perfect assist. If you
oh
use the perfect assist in co-op, you just don't go off the field. It just parries, and you get to keep playing. Like you aren't even required to tag somebody on to do that.
yeah.
It's going to be like the ultimate field hog game mode.
Hope you trust your co-op partners a lot.
No, no, I'm afraid that you're going to sit there for half an hour while I try and kill a boss as Fufu, doing like 4-figure damage with each hit at best. This is such a terrible idea.
I'm I'm looking for crystal flies over here where Fern was farming uh his uh his local material he needed from Fontaine. So I
Yeah.
still have
So
this map from the map.
so moving on, that's pretty much it for core Genshin stuff. They moved on now to the orchestral portion where they play a couple of songs. They have the orchestra perform from the new OST. I really quite liked them. They were quite nice. A whole bunch of people in the community went absolutely apeshit over the lead singer for one of the pieces because apparently she's quite popular among the Zoomers for being like the singer for some song in Frozen 2 or something like that.
Hmm.
I haven't seen Frozen 2. I don't know anything about Frozen.
I haven't seen Frozen 1.
I think I have seen Frozen 1,
I've
or at
seen
least I've seen like I feel like I've seen like 85 or 90% of it,
I've seen
but
it
I have
on the
no idea.
television out of the corner of my eye of when I was watching kids before, but I did not
Yeah,
watch any
I
bit
think
of it.
I think I saw like 90% of it because my cousin's kids were watching it on telly when I was visiting my grandparents. But that's the extent of my knowledge about Frozen. But yeah, a whole bunch of people were really into that. It's sort of Northern European slash Celtic motifs this time, as is sort of reasonably predictable. Um, I think that I'm honestly I'm just happy to be back in the soundscape for Western high fantasy. I like Western high fantasy. I have a very soft spot for Far Eastern high fantasy soundscape as well. But the Netland soundtrack did nothing for me. It got relentless praise from all quarters about how cool and experimental it was, but I just didn't really like it all that much.
No, I think the best soundtrack they've had so far has been Fontaine's. Not even close. I did not like most of Netlands. Well, to say I didn't like it, it was
I mean, it's
tolerable.
high quality. It was good in an artistic sense. It was good, but I just didn't like it all that much.
It was the biggest thing for it was a significant downgrade from what we just had. I was like, but Fontaine, I could still remember the Fontaine battle theme, getting in
Yeah,
combat there and how good
it's
that was.
like high drama from start to finish. Like it really. I mean, I guess it's just that it fits Fontaine so well in a lot of ways. The sort of the high melodrama decadence of Fontaine as a whole is the music fits it quite well. But Netland's mood is just so schizophrenic, and the music is just it doesn't really have a very clear through line or theme to it, other than the ethnic ones. That's about all there is to it,
We're gonna get in trouble if we stay on this too long, by the way,
I guess.
because there are some aspects to it that remind me of a certain area near me, which is where my distaste comes
And,
from. So I'm
and
tempering what I
anyway,
say.
I'm glad to be out of it, and back into the more familiar soundscape of Western high fantasy. And it is pretty classic Western high fantasy stuff in there, very similar to what you'll find in a lot of other Hayao Mix work. It's all nice compositions. They're using a lot of like traditional Celtic instruments and this type of thing now instead of whatever they were doing in Natland. But yeah, that was quite nice. After the musical performances, they went into the preview of their new user generated content system. Now, it looks like a very powerful and very interesting system. It does, but I don't care. I'm just not. I'm not here for that. That's not what I play Genshin for.
Yeah, I
I play
mean,
Genshin for the characters and the stories, and this is user narcissism. Like maybe that's great. Maybe there are heaps of people who play Roblox or whatever who think it's great. Or I don't know. I don't know anything about Roblox.
like
Um,
like the most we will get out of it probably for how we play these games is maybe we'll be able to flip around in it after it's been out for a few weeks or a few months and find some stuff to goof around with on the show. And that's
yeah, there's going
about
to be
it.
some people who come up with incredible things. I'm sure of it. There will
Yeah.
be some people like unbelievably autistic geniuses who just design the most compelling little games and pieces of user generated content that you can tool around on. But I don't care, and I'm terrified that they'll put mandatory Primagem stuff in there because I don't want to participate.
If
I
it
just want to hang out in Teyvat. That's what I play the game for.
yeah, I don't really like when companies go all in on user generated anything. I don't like when companies functionally outsource their kind of stuff and we are expected to rely on community members because as dumb a decision as Hoyo can make sometimes, if the community is the one that has to make stuff popular and it's the Genshin community,
Yeah, well,
I don't know about that.
the big yawning black hole for this though is that they've said that they want to do a creator rewards program for it, which means it's going to incentivize the most corrosive social media situation imaginable.
This does not impact me very much because I don't have a.
No. What I'm saying is that social media is going to completely undermine the system because there will
Oh,
be rewards that are associated with it that are not simply rewarded by the act of creation, but I am rewarded because my game is the most popular one on the user created content system.
it took me a minute to
It,
remember that
it will
this
be a
was.
popularity contest.
It took me a second to remember that whatever term you just used was already in existence for stuff they throw on social media. That's how disconnected I am from that aspect of everything.
Like, this is going to be a popularity contest, which means that all of the shills will be out in force, all of the bots will be out in force, everybody's got an incentive to try and be at the top because it's going to be determined by popularity. They already said that. So it's going to be, if you want to engage with it at all, it's going to be a matter of sorting the gems out of the coal. And there's going to be a lot of freaking coal.
Some YouTube careers that are made off of doing it for you, hopefully, and hopefully they won't be obnoxious.
They will certainly be obnoxious.
They will at least have the most WTF accent you've ever heard in your life.
Anyway, that's it for the Genshin. That's basically what I noted down to cover. And then it was handed back over to Anefa's voice actress and Flint's voice actress to do the English language commentary on it. They're not great at their job.
Nefa is if a Nefa was a major character at launch, I would have had the same problem with this game that I did with Star Rail. I don't know
I
how.
thought it was just me. Like, when you sort of dabble in hearing the Ian voices, it's even worse. Like, Iceland's doing Ceridra's promo material. My
Oh,
goodness. What a
so
freaking
bad.
atrocity.
I did
Oh my
not.
god, how do people stand this?
I checked the cutscenes for Star Rail in the story to see how Hislin's and all the new characters were, just out of curiosity. And oh my goodness, it's not any better in actual recording. It might be worse.
Anyway, that was terrible. Moving on. Next gacha game on the ledger that I was participating in this week, since I'm still technically at 5 because Impact Third is on hiatus. Although Ellie is back. No, I must stay away. I must not go back even for Alicia. But yeah, Wuthering Waves. I basically just, when I had not enough downtime to do a thing, but enough downtime to tool around a bit before bed, I would log in and sort of poke about, dump my resin and just sort of poke about at a few chests and that sort of thing. It's basically just a different flavor of exploration. Like, I could have done the same thing in Fontaine, but it's nice to get a change of scenery now and again. But yeah, it's got some jank things. It's got some little innovations here. Like, a bunch of the stuff in this preview of Nodcry is actually pinched directly out of Wuthering Waves. But generally speaking, it's an okay game. I pulled on the new banners for the new patch. I got Carlotta at soft pity, I think. I won the 50-50, and now I'm furiously running all over the map trying to get enough currency to dump into Shorekeeper's banner. And then once I've dumped enough into Shorekeeper's banner, I'll hopefully be able to get her. If I don't, by the time her banner's on its last day, I'll probably end up baiting myself into buying her out. But if I can get her, then it'll be on to a signature weapon for Carlotta. So I tried the characters out as well. Carlotta's everything that I hoped. She's gorgeous. Her attacks feel really good. Her animations are really dramatic and over the top. It's really cool. Love playing as her. Can't play as her because I don't want to spoil myself on the story by running to a different continent to try and farm up mats for her. So I just have to grit my teeth. Um,
Oh, you're in the Nabia
I'm
situation
not.
I was in.
I'm, yeah, I'm not gonna go over there and spoil myself. So yeah, but she's just fantastic to play. Feels really good. You can sort of tell the evolution in sort of animation design between the very earliest characters and the more recent ones, even though Carlotta's sort of like a few versions away now since this is her rerun. But she's the one that I found most visually appealing, so she's the one I pulled on. I tried out the others. Shorekeeper's kind of like the overall impression that I got from playing Shorekeeper in the demos was that she's just so freaking hyper efficient at everything she does, like just to a ridiculous degree. It's she's not really that interesting. Like her animations are not really cool or anything. She doesn't feel that interesting to play, but the sort of massive impact she has with very little time investment on field on the rest of the team is sort of staggering. She's kind of bonkers. I can see why everybody says she's the most valuable pull. She's like, Verena on crack. It's just absolutely crazy. And I tried Augusta. So lots of people are pulling for Augusta. So Augusta as a character design is the same archetype as Mavwika. So she represents the sun. She's a lightning character because they've gone for the electromagnetism aspect of the sun rather than the heat aspect of the sun as her design. But in terms of like aesthetics and that, she's sort of headed down roughly the same path, massive mane of red hair type of thing, sort of statuesque Amazon type character. Her personality is very, very different to Mavwika's because Mavwika's kind of like
Because she has one.
slightly psychotic. Well, yeah, that's the thing. There's another conversation that I saw online today that really ticked me off. Was a lot of people talking about how great Mavwika as a character is. When my opinion is, it does not matter if a character is well written in the lore book that exists in the studio only. If none of that is ever communicated. Like everybody says, oh well, Mavwika's got this problem where she's like pathologically reckless and all of that. Doesn't matter. It's not recklessness if it is impossible for there to be a bad outcome, is it?
Not enough
Mavwika
cutscenes.
has never experienced failure in her life, as far as we can tell.
Not enough cutscenes of Zelonin kicking the bike at her for doing something dumb or asking something stupid. You want to try and sell that? There's one of those in an event that you can't see anymore.
Like that. Well, that's the thing, right? That all of that criticism that Shalonen has for Mavwika is all backloaded into the very end, and I think that that's because they realized that they'd made an untouchable. Like she's basically a Mary Sue, whether you like it or not. Heaps of people say, "Oh, but she's got all these flaws." They're all informed flaws. They're flaws you are told that she has. There are flaws that you can read into the actions she takes, but like I said, recklessness is not recklessness if failure is actually impossible. And we've never seen any demonstration that failure is possible for Mavwika. Oh, she's self-destructive. She's willing to kill herself to save Natlan. Well, that's a standard heroic trait. Self-sacrificing. That's not actually a character flaw. It just makes her look better. It doesn't look like a flaw, and she doesn't have to do it in the end anyway. She gets bailed out at the last minute, like Aang in Avatar and the Last Airbender.
Yeah, the big thing with what's the quote? It's only a bad idea if it doesn't work.
Yeah. So basically, there's no good character to Mavwika, really, because it's all stuff that you're told about her. It is not stuff that she actually goes through or experiences on screen. It doesn't matter if she had all of this internal self-doubt and all of this internal torturous experience of traveling through time or whatever. It doesn't matter if she's mourned the loss of all of her friends. It doesn't matter if, she sacrificed all of her memories to save Kachina or whatever. None of that matters if it has zero impact on her.
We got a 5-minute hallway, and that's the extent of our delve into the mind of the Pyro Archon.
Unless there is a character quest where all of the weight on her causes her to break, to show that something bad can actually happen to her, then there's no redeeming that character. Just try to forget she ever existed.
Yeah,
I don't want to say this about her because nobody deserves it, but she is basically just Natlan's Tiger Princess. You follow her around, she does everything, gets all the credit. Occasionally you get a little bit of credit tossed your way just to remind you that you're the player. But nothing ever goes wrong for her, she just wins everything. Freaking Woogler Mart goes through more self-doubt than Mavwika does.
The most frustrating thing with me and Mavwika is how little actual time it would take in the story to fix this problem. Like,
Yeah,
and we
it
had a
just it
patch where
feels
nothing
like it was.
happened.
It feels like it was cut though, doesn't it?
Yeah,
It feels like it was written at one point but was cut because there's a gaping hole where it feels like it should be, and it's just not there.
yeah. Like we had a whole patch where nothing happened.
If she had already gone through her crisis and her character story took place after that, maybe it would make more sense because it would be a victory lap over her having overcome something. But she didn't overcome anything. She had everything handed to her on a silver platter.
And she
Like
doesn't.
Renova didn't touch her.
And Xbalanque hijacked her character quest, so she doesn't really have one. Like the farewell to Natlan quest that happened 3 out of 8 patches into the cycle uh, that we did, and it would have been so easy. They had all the setup to do it. All they had to do was open with her and Jalon butting heads and having problems, and this causes some big blow up with some kind of consequence, and so you have to go talk to Sitlali to see Malvika's past and how she wound up this way. That's it. That's all it would take. And no, we don't get anything like that. We don't get any half of that. We get one throwaway cutscene at the end of an event that's not in the game anymore.
Oh, it's Mona's birthday today, and
Oh,
she has given me a salad and 3 incredibly low tier weapon upgrade materials. Well, she's not very wealthy.
yeah, I was about to
Anyway,
say she can't afford the better ones.
so anyway, Augusta is a similar archetype in terms of the role she plays. Like she is a leader of sorts, is my understanding. She's more of a gladiator than a warrior. Like I mean, she's a warrior, of course. She has to fight people, but her background is as a gladiator. She wasn't like raised on the front lines against the abyss the way Mavwika is supposed to have been. But laying all that aside, Augusta feels like a better execution of the same character, and that's not knowing anything about her story. Like when you play her in combat, she feels like a terrifying gladiatorial opponent. Mavwika just feels shallow and flippant. I mean, I commented a long time ago when I pulled Mavwika that I pulled her because she's an Archon, and not pulling an Archon is bad juju. But I don't like how she feels to play. It just feels very floaty and empty. Doesn't have much weight to it. Augusta is the exact opposite. She feels really, really weighty and like she has got absolute mastery over combat. Like she's definitely like this is definitely the champion gladiator. You'd be terrified going up against this in combat. She's a monster. And they managed to communicate that with her animations and the pacing of her combat and everything. Like I only played the snippet that they give you in the trial, but she really feels like a combat titan. Like I don't know how she plays out in the meta. She's part of the heavy attack specialist archetype, so uses a lot of hold attacks. But I don't know how well that's doing right now. But in terms of like what they've done with animation and design and just sort of like the feel of combat that she brings to the table, compared to like a lot of the other ones, like most of the Wuthering Waves characters that you play early on, like Yang Yang and Sunhua, like you feel like you're flogging the enemy to death with scented bootlaces a lot of the time. The attacks feel very quick and light, like lots and lots of stings rather than a mortal blow.
It stopped not very good.
Augusta is the opposite. She just feels like a monster. Everything about her is huge, including her tracts of land. Clunk. But yeah, it's just a really well executed communication through combat animation of what a character is like, compared to Mavwika, where she sort of gets on a motorcycle and does a bunch of goofy shit. I mean, she has cool combat animations, but are you ever going to see them?
They made the weight of her animations aside, and how close the camera is in Genshin being another one. The other shoe is they made it so that the only optimal thing for 99.9 repeating percent Mavwika havers to do is just to pull the bike out and do donuts if you're going to use her on field.
Yeah, well, the thing is that there's no point where you're not going to be on the motorcycle on field. What is she going to do if she doesn't isn't on the motorcycle?
Well,
She
it's
doesn't
not
have any abilities that don't
the
involve being on the
well.
motorcycle.
That's the thing, right? That motorcycle has a basic attack cycle that looks goofy, but at least cool, and like it has weight to it. But you're never going to use that.
Now, I recommend if you've got a Wuthering Waves account active or something, just log on and try that trial out, and you'll see what I mean. If you compare what it feels like to play Mavwika, the red-headed Amazon leader of combat, with Augusta, red-headed Amazon leader of combat, and the sheer contrast between how they work. I mean, the combat styles are relatively similar in Wuthering Waves. So Wuthering Waves doesn't require a lot more precision than Genshin. It requires some, but by a trivial margin. Um, but the feel of the two characters, like I couldn't help but imagine what it would have been like to have a Mavwika who had that sort of gravity in combat, like the sort of person that people would definitely rally around because she was just too scary not to, sort of thing, as opposed to the sort of like flippant individual who just rides around wearing her shades on her motorcycle and basically makes a complete ass of herself every time there's an opportunity to do something and gets praised for it.
The I mentioned this briefly just now, and I mentioned it in the past. But one of my pet peeves with Genshin, uh, and and part of the reason I don't play it seriously, is the default camera zoom in this game. And with Mavwika, she is like the prime highlighter of why this is a problem.
Because
Because
her model is gigantic compared to everybody
yeah,
else's.
and not only is it gigantic, Mavwika's motorbike spins in a circle. That's a problem if you're trying to actually see what you're doing and make decisions on the fly. So you have very little visual indication other than just kind of feeling it out because you've done so many donuts. Where the heck she even is, and even then you still get it wrong. There are problems with Mavwika. I don't think she's as bad as she could have wound up, since they were clearly going for over the top as the primary directive here for her animations and combat style. And she has a niche even on any account that has her, and where if you just need to delete something because you need your dailies
Yeah, I mean,
done
I still
yesterday.
use her. I still use her. If you have got a group of mooks that are vulnerable to melt and I want to wipe them out, then she's definitely going to spend some time on the field and I will melt them out. But as a form of communication, her character design is very weak because her character is weak.
Yeah.
It's just got a feeling like they didn't really know what they wanted from her. Like most of the Archons have some form of gravitas or the opposite as appropriate. Like I think Venti works as a character because he's designed to be what Mavwika actually is, which is, the sort of flippant, easygoing person who then casually remarks that he just blew an entire island off the timeline because he thought it was too dangerous. So there is the carefully concealed hint of immense power underneath. And then you've got, old man John.
Yeah, Big John.
He's this crotchety old man who happens to know everything about everything, but is avoiding leaning on his power because his brain's about to rot out of his head if he tries too hard.
Yeah.
And
Raiden
then
Shogun is
you've got
nothing but character flaws. The character.
yeah, she's character flaws the character, and also has the only good boss fight in the game.
They
There,
looked like they were getting it
thereby,
together. I was so happy. Like, oh, they're starting to figure this out. This is the tier. No, we get the whale. We get Jeff. You have no idea how mad I am
but I
about
mean,
that.
but that boss fight makes her imposing. That makes her scary.
Yeah.
You know that the Raiden Shogun is scary because they make her scary. And she's like one of very, very few characters in the game who just executes somebody in plain sight.
Yeah.
And what's more, they have that actually traumatize the traveler.
Like it's not. It's
Because
not.
Traveler is like totally effed up in the head when she walks out of that scene. Doesn't know how to deal with what she's just seen.
Yep.
But and Nahida's supposed to be a wallflower. Like that's the whole point of her character is that nobody respects her. But I mean, Mavwika's just. I mean, Farina's whole arc is a story, but Mavwika just doesn't have anything. You get told so many things about Mavwika and never see any of them.
Yeah, 5 minutes in a hallway ain't enough. That's not presentation. That's reading a book.
But, because she's supposed to be, the Pyro Archon is supposed to be the Nation of War's war leader, the most powerful combatant they have, the person that they call on to turn the tide when things get really dire, somebody who's got such presence on the battlefield that the entire battlefield will revolve around her. What does she do? She just rides around on a motorcycle. She's basically not there most of the time. You never really see her intervening in combat. The only time she shows prowess in combat is when she basically fights to a draw against Capitano. So you never even see her win, really. I mean, they imply that she wins against the little kid, but realistically, they were just giving her a win to big her up.
Yeah,
So yeah,
there's a lot of shoes for Mavwika.
I feel like all of this filters down into her game feel though, and that it feels flippant. It feels empty. It doesn't feel meaningful. You don't feel cool when you're playing Mavwika. You just don't.
Yeah, if they can come back and uh, put some aloe on the burn that is Mavwika's character, they can't fix it. It's still going to leave a scar. But if there's some big moment at the end of the story where all the Archons do something, if you give her a cool moment and really zoom the camera out so we can see on that motorcycle or something, and then you do some stuff at the end that makes it so her part of the plan goes totally pear shaped because she's such a whatever your character flaws of the 50 you gave her in the backstory are. You could aloe the wound bit, but we're past Mavwika now.
She would still come off the worst in that scenario because of what they already did in the past, right? It's like you said, you can't heal the wound. You can only balm it a little bit. Because in that scenario, Venti is going to completely upstage her. Because he has played the fool the entire time and hasn't pretended like he wasn't.
Yeah.
And so when he has his badass moment at the end of everything, and everybody gets to see what his stuff is actually made of behind the facade, he's going to completely upstage Mavwika. Because Mavwika, you've been told non-stop how badass she is and never seen it. So no matter what she does, it's going to get upstaged. Like, when it comes to aura farming, Raiden Shogun has her beat by miles. And when it comes to playing the fool, Venti has her beat by miles. When it comes to being wise, Zhongli has her beat by miles. When it comes to being intelligent, Nahida has her beat by miles. Basically, when it comes to being an overdramatic fop, Farina had her beat by miles, and when it comes to gravitas, Neuvillette has her beat by miles. She doesn't have any strengths whatsoever as an Archon, not one.
Yeah. I don't really have much more to add on the Mavwika situation. The ship has now
This was
sailed.
just a
There's no more hopium to be had for it.
it's long over the horizon, but it all came back to me because Augusta felt when playing her, just the experience of using her for like 30 seconds in combat felt like the way Mavwika should have felt, like genuinely imposing. Like when she swings her claymore, you know that whatever's on the other end is going to feel it. Mavwika in Genshin never swings her claymore because she's on her motorcycle.
Well, she does all the time because my controller will drop the R2 input.
Oh, you too as well. Okay.
Yeah, it's a quirk with her animations.
It's not just me. Okay, because I have a lot of trouble with that, and I've always thought that I was just bad.
No, it's something with her flipping switching mechanic or switching animations where only her, the R1 just won't go off.
I thought maybe it was because I have it bound to trigger and I'm not pressing it deeply enough or something.
Oh yeah, R2. Yeah, I have the thing that lets me turn my trigger into a button, and tried switching it to button mode, and I was still having issues with it.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just a quirk of Mavwika jank.
Yeah, get when you get a chance, log into Wuthering Waves and just give it a poke at the trial. It's only going to take you 30 seconds, but you'll see what I mean about her design communicating being imposing in combat in a way Mavweekers just doesn't.
Yeah, well, they're starting off on a better foot, and they have actual hit stop for their stuff, and the camera's not zoomed into their butt.
I expect that there are a lot of people who probably do zoom in on Augusta's butt.
Probably, but after playing the game I've been playing this week, all butts are minor in comparison.
Yeah, there are a lot of somebody has found a lot of junk to place in a lot of
One
respective
trunk.
trunks.
There's one trunk,
Well,
and it has all the junk.
well, they appear to have been pretty liberal about ensuring that lots of people have trunk.
I think we're stretching this
I
one.
mean, there's certainly one that is there's constantly in the center of the lot, but
Yeah.
anyway, that's my week over. You can have your week now.
All right.
I need to go get a drink because my throat's about to implode.
All right. While he does that, because while he can still hear me, that was abrupt. I need to organize the thoughts. So speaking of thoughts, that will cover one game I played this week. If you've seen me on, I'll get into the full discussion of it in a minute, but just so you know, it's coming up. I have had Stellar Blade on the to playlist for a while, and was initially going to wait on a sale, but given that it is Silksong week, or the lead up to Silksong week, we are now less than 7 days out. Comes out on Thursday at 10 a.m. for me, I think. So I will still have about 6 hours left at work before I can come play it. But it'll be out on Thursday for when I get home. I wanted a game to fill the interim, and as I'll talk about more when Ball gets back, Wuthering Waves was not doing it for me. But not anything to do with the gameplay either. Just we'll talk about that in a minute. So there's that. Not a whole lot happening on the Hoyo fronts since we already spent time on that, and I don't really want to spend much on the Hoyo stuff because there's going to be Mondo patch drops coming. Basically, the only thing of note that I did was fix the Aglaia up to the proper speed amount without sacrificing all of her offensive stats. So now she is done on the team. Sunday is still not fast enough to make the team work. But
have you tested her on an extant round of one of the in games or something
Sunday's
to see
not
if it
up to
actually
his.
holds up at length?
Sunday's not up to his speed tier yet to make the cycle work. Requires both.
Oh, because he needs to be slightly ahead of her.
Mm-hmm. Or slightly behind her, I think, actually.
Depends on the build. There's
Yeah.
usually a build for each.
Yeah, but he needs to be dang close to her, and his speed is in dire straits because the Sacerdos mines are a cruel mine that will not work and never give you what you want.
Yep, been in there all week. Haven't gotten a single piece that was any good.
I've spent months worth of daily resin in there and have sets that are not done for any characters that use it.
My Sunday set is okay. I still use him like regularly as a filler support, so I don't want to move it anywhere. But that means I've got to refarm a Sunday set for Sparkle, who basically uses the same gear, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, Sparkle and Sunday want the exact same stuff, and plenty of other of the Branya wants it too, and yeah. So, that's all that's really happened there. Until you get all the pieces of the Aglaia engine together, the Aglaia engine doesn't turn on. Once I get Sunday done, I should have enough pieces to get it to turn over consistently, and we'll try to take it somewhere and test it where I don't need Aglaia to take damage to turn the engine over. That's the end goal of the team, is you want Aglaia not to have to get hit in order for the engine to keep going, because the second the engine stops, you need to restart the whole fight. So yeah, working on getting that together still. But the main driver of the team is done at least. Genshin F all has happened. ZZZ farming week. Fixed up Jane a bit more. Working on Eve and Vivian now. And just keeping that game in the background, keeping the currency rolling. Nothing happened in there that or any progress made, like Battle Tower or anything. New patch drops next week, so there'll be story that I will try to cram in before Silksong comes out, but I don't know how bad the post Labor Day burst is going to be.
What day is SILKSONG?
Thursday for me.
Thursday.
Thursday at 10 a.m. for me.
What day of the week is that? There's a 4th, right?
Sounds right.
It's Thursday the 4th. Thursday the 4th. Thursday the 4th is my suckiest day of the week this coming week. I'm being audited by a client.
Oh, joy.
Because clients are allowed to unilaterally decide to audit you in this industry.
I see.
They can't do anything to your credentials, but they can make your life very hard.
I see. So yeah, I'll try and play through the ZZ story, so I'm not totally unable to talk about it. But the big thing next week is Silksong, and I'll be playing that as soon as it comes out, and pretty much not touching anything else. And the Hoyo games may go on daily mode until I'm done. In fact, they may not even go on daily mode.
How many laps are you planning to do?
Depends on how good the game is.
How bad would it have to be for you to call it one and done?
It'd have to be pretty bad. There will probably be a full completionist lap through the game in its entirety, where I go through and get everything, and then I'll stop and let that sink in, unless the gameplay is just super duper amazing and I want to go try whatever bonus challenges are in to push myself, and then come back around and do another one for Chivos and stuff, because the first Hollow Knight has some really rough Chivos. Like, you had to beat the entire game without dying and stuff, while beating it under a certain time. But we will see. But yeah, the Hoyo games may go into I don't even do dailies in them as soon as Silksong comes out, because at this point the Hoyo games are something to do with my hands more than anything. I like playing ZZZ, but I just do not like the feeling a game gives me when it's like you got to log in every day to collect currency and do your dailies, unless you want to spend $1 gazillion. And if any break from that, just okay, taking the occasional break from that is very, very good for my mental health. And if the more I run them and the more dailies I do back to back, the more months that pile on, the more the game becomes work. And
I don't think I've ever really felt that for anything except FGO, and mainly I felt like that in FGO because there was nothing else. Although I did feel a little bit like that in Azure Lane as well, because to do completion of an event took so long. There were so many stages that, like, I would have to spend most of my gaming time just doing it. And the gameplay was fun, but it just took a long time. And then I realized I wasn't playing anything else.
Yeah, the thing is with dailies, even quick ones, if you've got a job, those hours add up fast, because these games are very good about doing what happened to me earlier in the week, actually, where I was just going to get on and do the dailies quickly, but noticed that my Aglaia was pretty close to being where she needed to be, and it was time to do resin shuffling. And I'm like, oh, I better do it now before I forget. And suddenly an hour has passed, and you still got 2 other games to do, and now you haven't spent that time playing actual games or doing whatever else you want to do. And I do not like the daily FOMO feeling with gachas. It's why I resent playing them so much. I hate dailies, basically. I've hated them when they introduced them into WoW. I hate them when they're in gachas. And if I do not take a break completely from the game and just accept that I'm going to lose some characters, it is bad for me. Now, part of the reason I've been hanging on so long in this recent dearth of content, with Genshin and Star Rail especially, is because Star Rail doesn't take very much time to put on auto, and Genshin I have 3 targets coming up, and then I don't have any targets. It's just new releases, and I lose the last rerun character I care about.
And you got to put your pants on sometime.
Yeah. So after that's done,
as long as you are a person who goes to work in pants, Star Rail will still have a role.
Yeah. So Star Rail does not take very much if I'm able to not get caught in a oh well I'm so close to trap of the counter character progression that you can often get into once you understand the systems in a gotcha game. But yeah, Star Rail especially right now is in a position where I don't know what even to farm other than more Sacerdos sets, and
I have so many unbuilt characters that it's ridiculous. So I've got a million things to farm. I could change target any time and start building something else.
it takes so long in that game for me to get a set working. Like I have
Oh, well,
I have
it
one
depends on how loose your definition is of working set.
yeah well workable is like my follow up team face show and them where we've got the primary stat and an artifact with the secondary stats but it missed on like every single one like or it's got only one good secondary stat but it hit at least twice.
Probably
But
better than most people.
yeah, that's the bar I've set in Star Rail because it's a turn-based RPG. I am much looser in ZZZ and Genshin. In Genshin, I don't care about the hard content, so I do not really care what my character stats are, as long as they're in the ballpark of appropriate for the role they're going to be playing. I don't even have the characters like 999 or 888 for in Genshin that I
I
play.
wonder why. I still use heaps of characters that have got their skills at like 6 or
Yeah,
in some cases 4. Like I don't care all that much. This is part of why I'm not really that fussed about having to do dailies every day because it's like, well, I take such a lackadaisical approach to it that I log into Genshin and my dailies will be done in what, in 5 or 10 minutes. Log on to Star Rail, same thing. Log on to ZZZ, same thing, and then I decide what I'm going to do with the rest of my time. Which
and
usually will involve these days dailies and Wuthering Waves, because at present dailies and Wuthering Waves are still like a nail biter for me. It's like, am I going to die? Am I going to die? Am I going to fail to dodge this and get turned into pink paste?
yeah, in CZZ, you don't even have to play the video game if you want to just get the primo gems from your dailies. They just
Oh yeah,
ask you.
because they've added the extra ones, right? Because I'll log on and I'll do the store and I'll do the fortune thing and I'll do temple maintenance, and that will take about 90 seconds, and that's technically all the polychromes, isn't it?
Yep, all the polychromes. My route every day. If I don't feel like resin dumping is easy, and I don't on Sundays, I will let resin accrue on ZZZ. Uh,
I
will
don't.
be
I dump my resin every day because every day is another opportunity to play fufu
yeah. Uh,
because because it's all unserious content, so I can just play fufu as much as I want.
if I'm trying to get everything done before work and I'm super time pressed, I will let ZZZ's resin accrue until tomorrow. Done it plenty of times because it accommodates me like that. Not it's part of the reason if I do go in daily mode, I probably won't cut ZZZ out because all you got to do log out at the dog, log in, talk to dog, run out the temple, talk to the video store, run past the video store, and go talk to Coffee Man, and you're done. That's your dailies.
I don't mind dumping my resin because I like playing the game.
I do too,
Like,
but there are some
like,
days where I'm in a hurry, and it is much more accommodating because I don't have to be as mechanical with it, and I can spend that time playing it later because it has slow resin, unlike a certain Hoyo game.
but fufu.
Yeah, so I don't feel like I lose very much because I'll still have to spend that resin eventually and get to play the characters, probably in a burst when I want to really sit down and mechanically grind out some kind of character knowledge while I'm farming.
I
Uh,
try and dump my resin on the regular, but I still have like 350 of the overflow resin built up because I usually lose like a 15 or 30 minutes every day after cap or something like that during a lot of the week.
yeah, So so yeah, ZZZ I'm most likely in addition to liking it the best of the three games and enjoying my time with it when I do go into maintenance mode, it's just not that hard. It's even easier than Star. Now I can't quite put my pants on while I do it because I still have to move the control stick. But I have to move the control stick for a whopping 2 minutes. Tops.
I
That
like
can't
the game feel of ZZZ the most. I definitely enjoy the act of playing the most out of all of them in terms of like when you consider it as a narrow focused experience. The only thing that holds me back from getting really into it is that I just haven't met a character that I really, 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 really like.
yeah. There's there are gonna be plenty of them coming out.
Maybe Fufu. But I can't play Fufu because the game doesn't want me to play Fufu. The game wants me to move her off field, and that makes me really upset.
Yeah. So, but and the power creep in that game is not to such a degree that if I want to play the in-game modes, I have to gear mod. Like I can still use my 1.2 characters and get perfect mileage out of them and play them off element. Like it's perfectly doable.
Yeah, I have a lot of confidence to skip characters in ZZZ, largely because I can get 9 stars on Deadly Assault, and I'm atrociously bad at action games, which means that if my characters fall behind in power, the only thing I need to do to make them relevant is to get good.
Hmm.
Because I'm not good, and I can still 9-star it. So, there's still room for me to stretch those characters.
As long as they keep the character kits from ballooning out into ridiculously expanded, convoluted nonsense, and I mean, if you looked at the text on some
Like,
of their abilities, it's a definite danger in the future.
oh, bro, you don't know what you're talking about, man. Just look at the kit on a Honkai Impact third
Well,
character.
that's where I'm afraid of we're gonna go.
There's like it's like if you get the latest Genshin character and you stack all that text on top of the latest Star Rail character, you stack all that text on top of the latest um ZZZ character, then you're about a quarter of the way to having as much text as the average Honkai Impact third character.
Yeah, beating down people with Wikipedia pages is where Hoyo games seem to migrate to.
Like there's usually like 6 or 7 skills on each character in Honkai Impact third, and every one of those skills will have as many subcategories as another Hoyo game has skills on an entire character. So you're usually about 6 or 7 times the amount of text on a Honkai Impact third character. It's really ridiculous. I tried reading. I'm a reader of tooltips, and I tried to read a Honkai Impact third one like once, and then I gave up.
Yeah,
The advantage of the advantage of Honkai Impact Third though is that they recognized that the Honkai Impact Third tutorial mode is extremely detailed. They handhold you through every little detail of the execution of a character, including carrying out full team rotations with particular popular characters and archetypes.
let's see.
It's way more extensive than anything in any of the other Hoyo games by a long way. And it is necessary, because if you don't, you will have no idea what you're doing.
Yeah, as a button pusher, that scares me that ZZZ could eventually wind up in that boat. Um, I hope they recognize that that level of bloat is a problem. But given that the ZZZ team is full of newer devs, we might delay that problem for quite a while. And the power creep has not been so ridiculous that I can't keep up by just playing the game naturally. And it's as long as they can keep the numbers from getting out of hand and balancing around the biggest their damage ceiling right now, being whatever cracked Miyabi or Alice Jane gimmick comp is doing the biggest numbers right now, and they can just let let players express most of their output through play, because of ZZZ more so than any other games, your output is based on how good you are at playing and how much you've got to how comfortable you are with the characters you play. Like if you
Yeah,
can,
I get usually like my average deadly assault stage is 27,000. People using the same gear and same comps as me, I routinely see them get above 60,000. Like I know how bad I am.
like, well, 60,000 with is a crazy number, but for a single stage, I don't
I've
know.
seen people get above 40,000 with Corrin.
Yeah, those people are people that are sweating out in the top 1% or top 5% probably. I have not sweated out a deadly assault to try and push score before. The option is there, and I like that it's there. But like, if I was to take my Jane, who is built now and very good, and just hand it to Vol and say, okay, I cleared this and got like 35,000 just on a casual run through. Surely you can clear it, right? You don't have a clue how to play Jane.
Probably clear it though.
Probably clear it, but
It would be it would be a narrow margin, but I could probably do it. It would probably take me 2 or 3 tries, so I can get sort of like a rough feel for what she's going to do when I press a button.
yeah, you would have to learn the cadence of the dodging. and how she has a double dodge, but only in passion mode.
Dodge, I don't dodge. That's the problem with me, is that I don't dodge. Like, my main on-fielders are Caesar, Yushin, and Ellis. None
Yeah,
of them dodge.
yeah, you'd have to learn to utilize dodge counter
The number of times I
constantly.
have been domed because I keep hitting triangle when I'm supposed to dodge is ridiculous.
Yeah, and getting her passion bar built up and knowing how to capitalize on it and keep it built up without having to rebuild it from scratch and how to recover if you do. All this stuff is character knowledge you get just by playing the characters in the video game.
Being a Caesar main completely brutalized my ability to play the game well, because the amount of sort of like the sheer amount of interrupt that Caesar brings to the table when you spend a lot of time playing her on field is like the enemy does what you want to let them do and nothing else, because you're going to just beat the tar out of them constantly. They cannot hurt you, and they cannot move unless you let them.
Yeah,
You just don't do any damage. So it's like Caesar is about as far away from Jane as a character can possibly be, and Caesar's a character I spent the most time playing.
yeah. So but I use this as an example because Jane's the character I play the most, so I know her character's the best or her mechanic's the best. And like there are just intricacies and ways in the ways the characters move and attack and play in ZZZ that will translate directly into output when you realize through enough experimentation, oh, I can do this. Oh, this isn't the good time to dodge against this enemy. It's actually okay to do a swap here instead, even though this character isn't off cooldown or this or my passion state isn't in danger of falling off yet. You learn stuff like this, and you don't think about it in terms of words, or at least I don't. It doesn't become language in my head when this happens. It becomes instinctual knowledge of this thing did better numbers and performed better when I did this. Let's see what happens when I do this. And there is just through experimentation that intuition becomes muscle memory, and you get better and
I
better.
haven't played it enough for that. Like, I still get bushwhacked all the time. Like, this current Deadly Assault cycle when I was fighting Typhon, I was expecting it to go in on me after firing the missiles, and it just didn't. It went into a completely different combo, and I'm like, I just freaking blew my swap and then got domed. Thanks.
Old Typhon. Fun fight to learn the first time. Doesn't hold up as well on subsequent attempts of the Deadly Assault bosses.
Well, unfortunately, he does actually have other combinations. He just doesn't use them very often. If you happen to be standing in the wrong place at the wrong time, he will behave in an entirely different fashion.
Yeah,
and it will be very inconvenient.
yeah. Do not hump his nuts after the missiles. It will screw everything up.
I mean, you can afford to run in on him after he does his missiles, but you can't run in too far or too fast. But there are a lot of hidden rules on bosses in Ho-Oh games like that. Like, you can actually make whatchamacallit, the Stone Steel boss in Genshin, the dragon. I
Yeah.
don't remember what he's called. You can make him do what you want. There are ways to do it, I have found. If you run at particular paces with certain numbers of dodges to place your particular places, you can actually dictate what his move sequence will be. I've done it enough times to figure that out.
Mhm.
I just haven't figured out all the rules. I know a handful of the rules that you can exploit for the first like 10 or 15 seconds of the fight, but then it starts to break down after that. But he actually does follow a rules-based flowchart AI.
Yeah. That's nice and all in Genshin. But the shoe with I have with Genshin's bosses is something that ZZZ doesn't have, and it's a nature of the game shoe. There's nothing they can do about this. ZZZ, you can quick restart. If you start to see a pattern and you want to confirm it for yourself, you press the restart button.
You can quote quick unquote restart.
Okay, you have to watch whatever character you bring in shake their booty at you first. But
yeah, but and see that sequence feels so long.
But
it feels so long. It's probably like 3 seconds, but it feels like half an hour.
I mean, you gotta watch whatever character comes in to do their flavor of booty shake. But try the boss again is one button push away.
I usually hit Astra in slot 1, so it's usually a hair flip of some kind.
Usually Jane in slot 1, so it's usually a knife twirl, and then a bend over look at my booty as I flip my tail at you. So yeah, when SILKSONG comes out, I probably won't take ZZZ off the daily list because the dailies require no input from me, and I can just because slow resin exists, I can just let that through for when a character I want to come out comes out, and I won't lose any polychrome. And I can save the events for like when I'm talking to people on the show and stuff. So
Are you going to get to the point where you're playing Silksong and the opossum calls you and is like, "Hey man, you coming in today?"
I thought very hard about calling out on Thursday until the situation in real life happened. I thought about taking the gamble, and then I decided not to. So,
If you come in too late this week, there's going to be like German Shepherd poop all over the office.
so let's uh because this didn't happen to me, sharing it doesn't impact me very much. But it gives you context for how this week went. This was a busy week at work. It's the Labor Day weekend week. I was working till 9 o'clock 2 days this week, and on Wednesday, uh, we have a dog at the office, or the office is at the opossum's basement. The whole lower floor is converted into an office plus his man cave, which acts as the break room.
I've always found the term man cave kind of cringe.
It is, but it's the best way to describe that thing he's got.
It's like your entire house should be your man cave if you're actually a man.
I'm pretty sure uh, that's impossible with all the knickknacks a wife will bring back unless you put her on a leash, a literal leash.
I just don't let her go to Cracker Barrel.
I mean, I did not know that 20% of their revenue was made in that knickknack shop until this week. I thought nothing ever sold there. I only saw people
decor, man. It's decor.
I only saw people buying candies there for their kids on the way out the door.
Southern housewife chic.
Yeah, about right. So yeah. So I think that's what the fat electrician called it. But so yeah, where was I? Right. So this means his dog comes with him to the office and acts as the office dog. Now, I liked the dog, Mishka, or Mimi, as I called her, and he hated me calling her that.
Better than you liked the opossum.
Yeah, significantly more than I like the opossum. But that's not hard. And Mishka was adorable. She was a husky, 7 years old.
How does a husky survive Georgian summer?
Good question. Well, it didn't survive this one. Spoilers. I was not that attached to the dog. I only saw it in the office. And so it would
I'm
like
a dog person. I really like dogs.
I
I
like
wish I could have one.
I attach to my personal dog if I have one. Other people's dogs, I like them and can be friends with them, but I don't form any kind of bond with them, even if I see them on the reg.
Breeds that I can't bond with, namely Chihuahuas.
Those aren't dogs; those are ankle biters. So yeah. The opossum's dog came down a bit slow. Sometimes it'd hang around the top of the stairs on Wednesday, and the opossum waddled down about 10 o'clock. He was coming in late, just because he overslept, not for any particular reason. And the dog came with him like it usually does. And sometimes it takes a minute to hang out at the top of the stairs if it hears somebody there, or if it wants to ask to go back to bed or go get something. It'll hang out there. So it took a second. So I had her little dynamite squeaky toy next to me, so I squeaked it, came down, and jumped on not jumped on the couch or anything, but walked up to me. I was in the office at the time and said hey, like she usually does. Made me pet her. I'm like, oh, hey Mishka. And then she went and laid down, and she was having trouble getting up. She could not get up, and she was breathing really heavy. And the fast forwarded version is she walked over, used the bathroom, didn't look odd at all. She pooped normal, and the vet confirmed it wasn't something she ate. So it had to be, according to Fern, he thinks it was a stroke. All the symptoms to me point to heart attack, but he's the dog person, so. She was breathing heavy, short of breath, and got weaker and weaker with less and less motor control over the next hour. The opossum got on the phone with the vet once she started breathing heavy, or about 15 minutes after she started breathing heavy, and wasn't getting up. And he must have picked her up and moved her to the couch while he was on hold with the vet. And she got bad enough that she fell off the couch. So he grabbed his oldest son. His youngest son had gone to work already, although his youngest son was the one that actually noticed. Um, and they took her to the vet, and she died in the car on the way. Uh, so the opossum called his youngest son, or his wife did, because the opossum was an emotional wreck after this. And his youngest son came back, and I'm working on something. I've got junk up on my screen in the office and papers all over my desk. And he's like, Mishka died, or Mishka's gone. I'm like, gone? Yeah, they took him to the vet. Like, no. And I was like, wait a minute, weren't you supposed to go to work? Like, no, she died. I'm like, oh no. Because you got to understand, while I may have liked this dog and it may have hung around me, and I was sad to see the doggy die. Wasn't my dog, number one. Number two, I had the overarching problem of, oh no, the opossum's going to be emotional. Now, there are a lot of arguments that are for people being born in the wrong bodies these days. However, their strongest argument they know nothing about, and that is the opossum, where he clearly got misplaced and should have wound up in the body of the most histrionic white woman you've ever met. Because I've never seen somebody, especially a man, that is so emotional about everything with absolutely zip all control over it.
It's called being emotionally incontinent.
Yeah. Like he is far and away that way. And anybody that's met me knows that I tend to have emotional reactions to things over thinking ones. Is how I operate. I operate on instinct and emotions much more than I do on logical, put together, worded thought. While I'm not devoid of it and do have an internal monologue, my initial reaction to something is going to be whatever my gut tells me. And you may think that makes me very emotional. Honey, you haven't met my family. Everybody in my family, aside from my dad, is a total emotional wreck. They have no control whatsoever. And
your dad basically sounds like Hank Hill.
Yeah, well, if Hank Hill was a computer programmer, and yeah, I haven't watched much King of the Hill, but it's probably in the ballpark.
I like King of the Hill. It was really unpopular in New Zealand, but I thought it was the funniest of those.
Yeah. So yeah, I am the rational one in my family, which meant I had to play counselor for all this while I'm trying to work on Labor Day week or the week before Labor Day weekend, when I have the phone blowing up and my email going ding nonstop. I've got papers all over my desk and a mountain of work to do, and I have to sit there and play baby to a 65-year-old man, or babysitter to a 65-year-old man who is totally inconsolable. This week was busy, and I did not have time for a lot. So at least it happened this week and not in SILKSONG week, because I might have been less accommodating if it happened then. The end of that story goes, for the doggy side of it anyway, was the vet. I talked to Fern yesterday or the day before yesterday, and basically sent him a message, and was like, when you get on this weekend, I need to ask you about some circumstances that happened when a doggy died, because I need some reasons to tell the opossum it wasn't this, so he can't play the blame game. And I need to say it came from a doggy expert. So to make sure I'm not just totally talking out of my butt this weekend, I need to talk to you. So he took that as, hang on, I'll get my headset, and came on for 20 minutes and did the rundown then. And this is how I figured out he wasn't going to be here this week. Apparently mentioning real world doggos in need of discussion being about is how to summon Fern.
Yeah, that's how to get Fern on high alert. There's a dog situation.
So he had the same thunk I did. He said stroke instead of heart attack, but yeah, that was it just happens with huskies. Huskies apparently have a lot of health issues, and there's just basically no way to know about it. And
Most dogs do. The more purebred they are, it's the same as inbreeding, basically.
yeah. So yeah. The opossum was totally inconsolable for all 3 days that I was at the office. And I just did all the work in the world, which he doesn't know this, but it was actually much easier to focus on work while he was off in his man cave, uh, sobbing at his phone. Door closed for most of it. And my mom had apparently been talking to him and and was encouraging him to go ahead and get another dog. Like, are you sure you want to do that? Don't want the new dog to just start off on the foot of replacement for the old dog. The more time you give it, the more it'll have to be its own dog. And no, he didn't listen to me because he does whatever the f my mom says, and because I don't know why he just listens to his sister.
Well, even your mother is slightly more intelligent than the opossum is.
That's yeah, and she doesn't leave her bed. Uh, so the he went out and got a new dog today that I have not met and I do not know the name of. I don't think they've decided on one yet. Where he was talking to me about getting a German Shepherd for his next dog on Friday when I was about to leave, and I'm like, yeah, whatever dog you want. I would give it some time before you go run out and get another one. But nope, didn't listen to me. Apparently, because he was telling me the whole time, oh, I need something to take care of. I'm just so lonely down here. I'm like, my dude, I didn't say this out loud, but I'm like, my dude, you were laying on the couch with the lights off, staring at your phone, making sobby noises, trying not to be heard. Of course, you are like this right now. You are making no attempt to distract yourself or move on whatsoever. And I get that this is a way that you can get when anybody can get if they get really really torn up over something. But this is a dog. Number one, no matter how much you liked it, this is insane. And number two, you're you. Can you not be you, please? Learn to control some emotions. No, it's never going to happen. He's 65 years old. He's set in his ways at this point. It just needs to be dealt with. Okay, fine. So he doesn't listen to me. He listens to my mom, and he goes and buys a new dog. Haven't met the new dog, but apparently it was kept outside, and this means it has fleas, so it needs to be taken to the vet to get flea dunked. And I have no intention of meeting the dog until it gets flea dunked.
Yeah, man. If you get like a flea in your little basement pad, like it's gonna bite you over and over and over and over.
Yeah. So I will meet the doggy on Tuesday after it's been flea dunked, and I do not know where they're keeping it right now or what's going on there. But that is the doggy half of the story.
I got one flea in my house one time. I don't know where I picked it up. Probably somewhere outside. I don't meet a lot of animals, but I got a flea in my house somehow. Don't know what happened. And it savaged me. Absolutely savaged me for days and days. And eventually, I went and bought some bug bombs and just fumigated the entire house.
I see.
And then eventually it stopped.
I see. So yeah, that's the doggy situation that compounded the problem this week. That was it's the week before Labor Day weekend, which is a long weekend for most people in the U.S. Uh, Basically, some like fast food and stuff doesn't take the day off, but all federal stuff takes the day off, and a whole lot of private stuff does too. It's anything that's not like your grocery store or fast food is going to be closed.
Sounds like a bunch of commie gobbledygook.
Yeah. So this meant that Monday's workload got added. Well, Monday and Tuesday's workload probably got added to Thursday and Friday and some of Wednesday last week. Friday actually wasn't that bad. It was mostly Wednesday and Thursday because there seems to be a thing with Labor Day weekend where people like to take the Friday off too to have a super long weekend. So they try and cram all their work in if they can in Thursday.
I wish people would take Friday off instead of just calling in sick. Maybe I could plan for it.
Yeah. So that's
I'm a manager with staff. I have issues.
Yeah, I don't have staff, but this means I am going to be answering emails
So
on
all your engineers.
Yeah. And well they're all I wonder how many are even still alive. They were all ancient. And I am the engineer now. If
Don't
somebody,
tell that to any engineers; they get a bit scrotty about that. They
oh,
expect you to be a member of like an engineer society or something.
oh, they're more than happy to let me do their job for them, and I don't tell
Oh,
them.
they're happy to let you do their job for them. You just can't
Ye-
call yourself an engineer.
Oh yeah,
They're very precious about that.
yeah, they're the one that writes the spec. Ooh, even though they just copy pasted my text that I gave them when I did all their work. Uh,
Formally trained as an engineer, but I do not have any respect for them really.
I have developed a growing frustration with engineers, as anybody that's listened to me knows ever since I started this job. That has only got worse year after year. And I can always tell when I'm the engineer on a job that comes back around because the spec
Because the
makes
drawing's all done in MS Paint.
well, not that. Uh, I actually found some of Granddaddy's stock drawings for a bunch of these in AutoCAD, ancient AutoCAD, and number one, it'll be one of those, and number two, the specs will be my writing, which is incredibly detailed compared to a normal spec, and tells me exactly the information I need without getting too
Christ,
wordy.
you can't write. You have dysgraphia.
Oh yeah, that's what the keyboards were invented for. Don't worry though; they'll let me skip 120 days my senior year.
And then graduate for some reason.
Yeah. So
Doesn't the term only have like 250 days in it or something?
the number of I think that's the term. The number of attended school days is 180 in that bracket. So yes, I only went to 1/3 of my senior year.
I mean, it's true I spent a lot of my senior year drinking, but it's not that unusual in New Zealand.
It's not drinking age here. You can't do that till you're 21. The specter of prohibition continues to haunt us.
I see. No, well, this is a country based on English law, where you start drinking when you're like 12.
Yeah, we let the simps for the Karens get in power for a bit, and had prohibition happen. And well,
And don't let women make laws.
oh no, it wasn't.
Bad
It
things happen.
it was only the. It wasn't them directly, but they functionally did. They convinced all their
I mean, this
husbands to
is what
vote for it.
I don't know. Like, if we, I wish that there was a. I'm a scientist. I like control groups. I wish there was a control group for the Western world where women never got the franchise. Just because I want to see.
I don't know if the world can handle that. Anyway, that's a dangerous one. Uh,
Is it?
a dangerous topic. Well, it's not as dangerous as it
I mean,
used to be. It used to be
will
incredibly
it be
dangerous.
dangerous 10 years from now, or will it be everybody agrees with this now?
Yeah, well, we get there on all ideas that people that are dangerous on YouTube right now, right? Just give it a bit of time, and conspiracy becomes truth, or truth becomes evident,
Yeah,
whichever it is.
like it's like Alex Jones is just like the truth 6 months ahead of time.
Yeah, like if you disregard all the interdimensional portals, not physically possible nonsense from Alex Jones, everything he says that's conspiracy theory is at least partially true and will be revealed to be true within a time frame of 6 to 12 years.
He doesn't like them putting chemicals in the water.
And making all the frogs gay. So yeah, there's that. So this week has been a nightmare. I'm going off about my week so much in the real world because there just ain't a whole lot of video gaming to talk about. Um, like I mentioned before, not a whole lot going on in the Hoyo games because we're about to hit major patch in one, banner switch in another, or major patch in another one the week after, and a banner switch in another one.
FF14 drama.
Oh yeah, I saw that, but I mean the only thing that mod that I was aware of for was when it came out, somebody on the farms used it to spy on all the races and people in Limsa to get an idea for what type of person uses or what races use what mods the most.
Well, the interesting thing was more Yoshi P's response, where he sort of had a heart to heart with the community about his actual views, and like he seems like the sort of person that you would absolutely detest. Are you familiar with Xenos?
I know the name.
Yeah, the content creator. He's like a hardcore raider in FF14. He's a
Mm-hmm.
bald guy, like very bald, big ginger beard.
Mm-hmm.
Like has the most sort of like aggressively raider take about everything.
Mm-hmm.
Like he thought that Yoshi P's post was completely reasonable and quite frankly, I'm given to agree with him. So basically, Yoshi P had a look, guys, this has gotten out of hand. I'm going to level with you what I actually think moment.
Mm-hmm.
And the gist of it was that I don't give a shit if you guys use mods. Personally, I don't care at all. I have no interest in hunting down anybody that uses mods, provided that you have the brains to stay within some certain guidelines. And those guidelines are your mods can't affect anybody else's game experience in any way, and your mods can't get us prosecuted by any other country.
Oh,
And then he proceeds to lay out a bunch of like examples of this mod used in this way, I don't care, and I'll pretend it's not happening. This mod used in this way is going to cause me to want to nail you to a cross. So
yeah.
it was a very, very explicitly detailed post about exactly what he can and cannot get away with as the producer and person in control of this game, given the mod policy and the terms of use. And it was all perfectly reasonable. Like the most reasonable that Yoshi P has ever sounded in the course of ever.
However, he's being reasonable to Gooners.
It's true. He's being reasonable to Gooners. And Zeno got absolutely livid with his chat for basically whinging that he wasn't folding hard enough. Like, at any rate, yeah, so basically he laid out the examples that, like, anytime that anything that you do in your game affects what somebody else sees in their game, then you're meddling with the game files in a fashion that's going to be destructive and is going to cause us problems. Stop doing it. If it's only affecting your client that only you can see, then I'm going to turn a blind eye. I don't care. I really don't. It's too much work to persecute people over things like this. Anytime somebody posts a screenshot of their character doing something that it shouldn't, like, let's say, posting pictures of naked Lalafels on the internet, you're going to get us in legal trouble. If you do that, we will blow you up.
Yeah. I assume that's where it went when you mentioned legal. I'm like, oh no. They do that, don't they?
Yeah, and it seems like this is probably going to be the, like, he didn't come out and say it, but the vibe I got was that this is the inciting incident for why he had to go loud like this and be very, very specific. Because they actually, this game is being provided in various countries which have various laws, and those countries are at liberty to block service, which is going to affect their bottom line in a dramatic fashion.
Yeah, especially when subscriptions to 14 are one of the only consistent pieces of revenue that
And he talked about that. He said that the subscription fee is what it is, and there are two things that are going to affect this in a big way. Number one is us getting banned, and number two is inflation. And inflation has gotten out of hand massively. The amount of money we're pulling from subscriptions is now tiny compared to what it used to be, and we're trying to make up for that with the Mog Station. But if you use a mod that allows you to display appearances custom on other people's computers, you're basically supplanting the Mog Station.
Yeah, because people can use mods to make their character look however they want in their game, but buying stuff on the Mog Station is a way to show off stuff to other players, like the hair I have from Lisa's outfit. I would only get that on my screen, and that would impact sales.
Yeah, so he was way more like, normally he speaks in sort of like vague corporate speak, the kind where he's clearly, this has been groomed by the lawyers.
Please
This
look
one was
forward to
like,
it.
the lawyers might have looked over this, but this is basically Yoshi P going loud about what he really thinks.
Yeah, so the stuff that, based on his past actions, had been assumed.
Yeah, this is what other people might read between the lines if they have two brain cells to rub together,
like this is
but
kind
most
of
people don't.
this is kind of how I assumed his stance was outside of like the Ultimates, where he's more anal about it. Like he just didn't. He never went out of his way to the Squeenix in general never went out of their way to shut down people using visual mods or even the mods that like I use that are like stuff like the overcharge button turning into heat shot on machinist or stuff like that, or UI tweaks to modify the text or move it on the health bars. Like he doesn't actually care about any of that, and as long as other people can't see it and be impacted by it, and may or may not take inspiration from it for features that they add to the game. But the second you start mucking around with game files and you run it, and especially that others can interact with, you now have a problem with all the ratings boards on the planet and potential lawsuits, especially if that involves suddenly naked Lalafell.
Because you aren't in control of what people can encounter on their game. Like, if people control what they encounter on their own game, then they hold the responsibility for that. If somebody else has the ability to manipulate it using your product as a venue, your product becomes responsible.
Yeah, there is no way to sell it to a court that you do not put this stuff in the game yourself when screenshots are being handed to the judge and saying, well, people can see this. Well, yes, Your Honor, but they have to go off site and get resources to make this happen. But this is happening in your product, right? Is what they're going to say.
Yeah, ain't no judge gonna get it.
Yeah, no.
I ain't gonna buy it.
So even if you have the technicalities, even then, people that understand what's going on may look at it and go, "Mm-hmm." Think of the Roblox thing. Most people that are talking about that, or talking about it when it first happened, are people of millennial age and younger when they noticed what was going on there. And they do not give a crap that most of that stuff isn't put into the game by the developers that's causing the problems. They're still getting sued by the state of Louisiana. So you can't.
I saw this online the other day. There's a member of parliament in the UK suing. Well, he's calling for a parliamentary investigation of another member of parliament for posting a tweet which was just the capital letter N.
Oh, and the responses
And
did the job for him.
The tower followed. The tower followed. It was like, how's this going to go in court? It's like, Your Honor, he just posted the letter N. There's nothing wrong with that. He couldn't be in control of what everybody else said.
I mean, you can make a commentary about whatever forum he posted it in if that's where they went to. If that was their first thought. I mean, it would be mine if somebody just posted the letter N because it's funny. But
But I don't know. Are they going to be able to find a judge that understands what a tower is in Twitter parlance?
yeah, no, you're good luck. Like that happens on every comment section that's ever existed to somebody that has just posted a letter. Most people are trying to bait it because it's funny. I don't know what a member of parliament could have been doing to do it. I doubt he was trying to start the tower.
It might not have been deliberate. It might have been a typo because it was deleted shortly afterwards. The internet never forgets, but it looks in practice like he started a tower.
Oh, man. One second. Oh, I had a piece of food get stuck in my teeth. So yeah, this sounds like what I would have assumed Yoshi P's stance was based on what he's done so far to everybody that uses mod. Like, I kind of assumed he was operating this way from the beginning.
I mean, that's what most people with a brain assumed, but do you think that the people using those mods were thinking about anything other than one topic?
No. I wonder what proportion of the offenders are male aura. So, the investigation done by the farms community with it was quite interesting. I've never felt so happy to be a cat girl in that game. Because while
being a cat girl is probably the single most normie thing you can be in Final Fantasy XIV.
Because while there were the Turbo DJing cat girls, their numbers in the screenshots I saw were way lower than a...
Well, because you can't be degenerate as a cat girl. Like, being degenerate as a cat girl is like being a total normie. Like,
It,
if you want to be totally degenerate, being a cat girl is going to have no taboo value associated with it whatsoever.
yeah, that's just like you might see some mods that increase the size of the honkers, and that's about it that you
But
saw
there'll
for
be
cat
generic
girls.
mods that apply to every female model, I bet.
Yeah, or they have a preset you can apply to each race, and it is not a not safe for work version, at least that's being displayed on the mod viewer.
Because the real degens, they're not going to be going for cat girls
Oh
like we
no,
do.
oh no, that's you click that warning. If he warns you 3 times before clicking the screenshot link, you deserve what happens to you, or the screenshot thumbnail. He put it in a spoiler, in a spoiler, in a spoiler, in a spoiler for all the really bad ones, and then put it in a thumbnail inside of that you had to click to blow up, just to be sure nobody accidentally got exposed. And each spoiler was titled, "Are you really sure about this? I mean it. This is the type of people around you in Limsa. You don't want to know this." Probably buried in the 14 thread because that I wondered why that thread blew up so much. I didn't know Yoshi P came out and had a heart to heart. I thought it was just like a letter statement, not a talk statement.
Well, I mean, it was definitely a statement, and I've paraphrased it, but the tone was very different to the normal ones. So, I mean, I'm paraphrasing it in a more dramatic way, obviously, but you can tell what's behind it because it's so particular, so
Yeah,
blunt. Like, he actually says, imagine there's a mod which makes your character appear totally naked. Like, that's one of the examples he gives.
yeah,
Like, he's not mincing his words.
yeah. But yeah, the for the female characters, in fact, just the lizards in general seem to be the most turbo degens. All Rothgar females were too. Every single one, without exception. That
I'll be
were
honest, I didn't realize there were Hrothgar females. I completely forgotten about it,
yeah,
even though I complained about one non-stop for months.
yeah. In the screenshots from Limsa, they are the worst. I don't think I saw a single unmodded Rothgar female. But yeah, I 120% understand why Yoshi P would be mad about this mod. They supplement their income with sales from the Mog Station, uh, and the sub is basically their only consistent form of income. They can't really afford to raise it because they need to keep what they got. And a variable like raising the sub price in a period of instability from new game releases right now for them, especially when their ones, while successful, have not been good enough. Uh, that's not something they can risk. So supplement that with the Mog Station makes sense. And if you've got a mod that lets you just never have to do anything to show other people cosmetics, it makes it a lot harder to sell crap to you. And I get it. I fully understand the motivations behind Yoshi P finally coming out and making this statement. Like,
Yeah, the Mog Station has two real problems. Number one, nobody knows how to use a sodding thing. And number two, a lot of the stuff on there is shite. Some of it is good, but most of it is shite. Like, they just need to be more creative. Xeno labored this point at great length. But, like, generally speaking, they just need to be way more creative. They need to come up with stuff that's, like, too badass for people to resist, sort of thing, if they want to sell. Not just incredibly milquetoast stuff like Elizai's outfit.
yeah, like I bought Lisa's outfit for the hairstyle, and I bought a few things from the station, but not very many for as much as I played that
I
game.
contemplated getting a couple of things, but I think I only got, like, I got the glow sticks, I think, because I wanted the glow sticks.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't think I got much else.
I would get the emotes whenever they went on sale if they were like less than $1. I scooped a few packs of those. I got
There are a couple of things I had my eye on before Work Lamart destroyed the game for me.
yeah, I got a few pieces. Oh, I got the spooky ghost costume on Halloween because it was on sale. And then I got what else did I get? Oh, I got the pantomime emote too. Bought standalone off sale because
I
that
think
thing is hilarious.
I bought Songbird when it went on sale because I wanted the Idolu outfit.
Yeah. Oh, I got that one for glamour pieces. Yeah, that was one of the outfits I got. Very few of them I bought for glamour pieces because unfortunately the Mog Station also has a habit of just packaging the outfit together. And for a long, long time, if you wanted good shoes, Mog Station, they like put all the good shoes in the Mog Station, and like half of them were tied to outfits.
Every
You
time
can
you say shoes, I have to think about what you mean.
oh yes, it's the homonym for shoes. The problems with things. I'm going to refuse to acknowledge the actual word exists now. You know that, right? But yeah. So yeah, I totally get why you would do that. It sounds reasonable to me, given his position at the company and the state of the game and its monetization scheme. Circumventing that monetization when the game hasn't done anything in that area to warrant it, and he's been incredibly generous despite you agreeing to a terms of service and flagrantly violating it, and him just letting you roll. If you want to keep those mods, yeah, that seems like a reasonable statement to me. I haven't read the statement, but it's the kind of tack I would take if I was presented with this
Yeah.
problem.
The statement as it is a lot less dramatic than I made it sound because I dramatize everything more than Farina. But that is the gist of it. Is very very specific. He lays out multiple explicit, carefully explicitly worded examples. Player A does this, player B does this, player A sees player B doing this, player B does sees player A doing this, and this is the net result on our revenue stream, etc., etc. Like he goes into great detail on like 2 or 3 very clear examples so that nobody has any excuse for making weird presumptions about what Squeenix sees about the topic.
Yeah, and the fact that it happened coincided with a what you call it mod, a mod that is basically a multiplayer Gunner mod for all intents and purposes. Uh, yeah, it's pretty clear what the actual shoe was. They do not give a crap about you fixing the problems of the game that come inherently with the UI for casual play, as long as it's not done in an ultimate. That's about the only time he seems to care about gameplay altering stuff. And as long as even your Gunner mods don't do anything that can be construed as part of the game in multiplayer, he can leave you alone. But the second you start modding game files and letting other people circumvent their source of monetization and present legal trouble, yeah, you kind of have to say something. You can't let that one sit. It's got to go. So when they banned it, did they just break functionality for it in the game? They send
I
a
don't know the
lawyer.
particulars. I don't know the particulars of how they went about the banning process. Everybody says it's banned. I caught attention. This caught my attention not because of a bunch of gooners getting banned. Like I'm aware that FF is full of gooners and that some mod had been recently addressed by Squeenix, but it caught my attention more properly because Yoshi P actually came out and said something very particular about it, which is unusual for a Japanese company to be so specific.
Yeah. So he had to have a come to Jesus moment with the Gooners. Presumably try to stay out of the splash
Um,
zone.
they sure do need Jesus.
Oh boy, do they need
Like
Jesus.
more, more than most other MMO gaming groups, apart from maybe Roblox.
When the guy that was doing the investigating said for one guy he had to go out of his way to block that guy on his blacklist so he wouldn't show up on the mod because his problem anatomy on his male character was bigger than the spires in Limsa and obstructing his vision. You know what type of people we're looking at here. Like that, you think we're downselling? Maybe you don't. Maybe you actually know how bad the Final Fantasy 14 community is. But yeah, it's full of turbo degens, especially in the West. I don't. He didn't go on an Eastern server to compare. I kind of wish he did before the mod got hacked because I'm curious.
I don't know this for sure, but I feel like the Eastern community probably has particular games for that. Like they may not be contaminating games which are not explicitly for that. The Western Gooners seem to delight in taking something that is not perverse and ruining it as much as possible.
Yeah. While you may see a lot of cat grills in swimsuits throughout Limsa, that's about as far as they take it. It seems there were a few that were over degened, but not nearly to the degree of the Lizard Girls or the Rothgars or the Lalafell. I don't think. Oh no, he said I specifically am not including any screenshots with Lalafell in them. That's right. So we don't have firsthand evidence for good reason on those. But man,
I expect that that's going to be behind a lot of this, though.
yeah. So the fact that we can confirm there were Lalafell because his mod picked it up is enough to point. Yeah, that was definitely the straw that broke the camel's back. I bet. So yeah, that's Final Fantasy. Uh, uh, I hope the Gooners don't disregard his warning, because
Well,
if they
sadly, it seemed like a lot of people were planning to take the most self-righteous possible position on the topic.
yeah, like it shows you how afflicted with pornography and coon brain the current culture is. Like it's just so pervasive that these people lose their minds if you take it away from them. But yeah, that's that. And if while there's a Final Fantasy is in the bucket of you need to lease Wuk Lamat and do something amazing to get me back. If they remove mods, that cell now gets even harder because it is very hard to play some of those classes with the button bloat and mechanical bloat and their UI decisions because EasternGames.jpg and UI. See Monster Hunter. Yeah, that gets a lot harder. And that's the kind of stuff I think Yoshi really doesn't care about. As long as it's not
Yeah, he came right out and said, as long as the only thing affected by your mod use is your personal experience and it doesn't touch anybody else, including Square Enix, then he does not care and he won't go after anybody.
Yeah, this is why the only taboo amongst people for the non-gooners was using the housing mods on the outside of your house. In a blatant and flagrantly violating way. People that would like put porches on their roofs and stuff. Like that was the only no amongst the and posting videos of you having a type hypermodded interface was also. But that was it. Otherwise, the people seemed to understand that you could pretty well do whatever the fudge you wanted, just under the risk of that mod breaking and having your experience delayed with every patch. So yeah, I mean the Gooners could ruin it for everybody though. It's possible they could just make like replacement mods and just keep doing it. Like
But honestly, I expect that is quite likely going to happen. I don't think that the Western fan base in particular is anywhere near sensible enough to understand that they should stay within limits. I feel like the norm is for them to just rebel against norms as
well,
much as possible, just because.
yeah, I think the issue particularly here is also the community that's getting hit is the Gooner. Talk about people that have no self control. Like the you
Having no control is basically their raison d'etre.
like while you may slap somebody with a naturally rebellious personality with truth and they have to begrudgingly accept it because it's the real world, the Gooners don't have any self control to exercise. Like it just ain't there. That's why they're in the situation they're in to begin with. So yeah, I don't hopefully they don't ruin it. I don't. There may be a contingent of people that if Yoshi P sends a memo to all the big modding websites and says, "Look, this type of mod will put your community in jeopardy," and they cannot host the mod, they might be able to kill it.
Yeah, but like I said, to much to his frustration, Zeno found that there are a lot of people in his chat, his Twitch chat, that were complaining that it wasn't good enough, that wasn't enough of a concession.
Yeah, I don't really get that on this. Yoshi P owes us a lot of explanations for stuff. I
Well, I
don't.
think
But
this is just like probably it's just an American thing, right? Like they've amongst the things that Americans are attached to, it's this very particular idea of my freedoms, which then the midwits among them are going to take to a ridiculous extreme. The ridiculous extreme being gooning and sodomy everywhere at all times.
yeah, but like the only things I want an explanation from Yoshi P on have nothing to do with mods. Right now, I want to know why Wook Lamont.
Why Wook Lamart? Why is Wook Lamart a thing? Why are you trying to make every single class identical to every other class?
Like, have you thought about homogenization? Is there a way you're trying to combat it? Do you even acknowledge it's a problem? Because this is stuff that will inform my decision of whether to play the game or continue paying for your sub. Like this is the stuff I actually want responses from him on. And the fact that he has to waste his energy and time worrying about lawsuits because of the Gooners is and giving them the real down to earth answer instead of us, the normals, play the game. Yeah, that rustles my jimmies a little bit, but I can't say I really blame Yoshi P for it. I imagine he wanted to stay in his locker and is not uh, like stealing one of our token responses to give to them. Is he begrudgingly had to get dragged out because this was such a problem? Yeah, I basically have no sympathy towards the Gooner populations in games. They make it worse for everybody, including themselves, even if they don't know it. And they can make whatever choices they want in life, but the every time they go public, they impact everybody around them, even if you don't directly talk to them, because there's the hanging air of these people exist.
Well, Yoshi P was sort of avoided a lot of that chunk of the conversation where he's like, "Listen, I'm not going to pass judgment on any particular way of using mods or any particular thing that people may or may not choose to do, but you are causing us a real problem, and there's no getting around that. That this is a real problem."
Yeah, it's bad. So well, while I'm glad the Gooner community is getting smacked in the face, uh, it does make the future of the game more nebulous when I may have to deal with default UI, which would just add even more shoes that need to be fixed on top of the already Dawn Trail added ones.
Yeah, I've coped with default UI for the longest time. I only installed the mod for the purposes of tinkering with it, pretty much. The mod launching platform thing, and largely the only reason I installed it was mostly because it was essentially part of a package with installing an alternative launcher, because the base launcher is a buggy piece of shit.
Yeah, if one doesn't work for some reason, the other one seems to. But yeah, it's I have at this point as much deep dungeons as I did the you know how obnoxiously huge and full of frivolous information the deep dungeon UI is. Like it's got the stupid little character sprite on it the whole time, and it's a giant box that's unreadable.
I, I'll be brutally honest. I turn off that stuff and let Ara still do the thinking for me.
Yeah, if you want Artis still to be able to see what he's doing while doing the thinking for you, I need a mod that removes all the faff from that and just makes a square box that only has the palms on it. Otherwise, my OCD gets triggered so hard looking at that thing because it's just such a monstrous, inefficient mess to look at and parse the information from. So yeah, that's like there's that, and like I mentioned before, there's a lot of classes that just play better if you just make the button changes you want to make. Uh, The only one I really did it on the reg with was machinist. All my other regular classes I didn't have to. I deliberately didn't change anything at all on paladin because I wanted paladin to be available day one on patches and to have a class that was good to play. But yeah, like I did not ever adopt it and play it seriously because it was so modded that it would become unplayable if the mod ever broke that way. But samurai is such a better class if you set up each button to go into the chain for its ender instead of having to.
There's so many buttons
Yeah, if you
for like no good reason.
if you just use mods to cut the button bloat down so that mods buttons turn into other buttons and you can put your basic combo all on face buttons. Oh my goodness, that class is so much more fun and easy and less finger pretzely on a controller to play. Now, some of you may be thinking, "Well, I'll play Samurai. It's just fine." Do you play on a controller? Do you really? I think you're
Controller
lying.
doesn't have that many buttons.
Like, like,
There are just not that many buttons. I'm sorry.
I'm here to tell you, you're lying to me. Nobody that has played Samurai on controller has looked at this and thought this is a good idea. Like that class practically mandates mouse and keyboard only. It's button bloated to hell and back again so hard. But yeah, that's 14. I still am not going back to it.
Norm.
Uh,
I haven't forgiven them. I haven't come to an understanding on how to cope with the decisions that they've made historically. It's
I,
all a bit much for me.
I will keep our subs alive. The subs being the submersibles, not the subscriptions. Although it will also necessitate my subscription to do so until the next X pack. And if the next X pack isn't a smash hit home run, and I'm at a stupid high bar now. I'm gonna let
Yeah,
it.
I don't expect it to be good enough to get me back. I'm expecting that it'll probably be me passing on 2 expansions at least.
I'm gonna let the house go because they while this is a good statement, I at least based on what you told me, I still they still need to be financially punished for Dawn Trail. Like that crap was a mistake.
Yeah, it's still a mistake that I don't understand, and they haven't properly acknowledged. There's just enough people who are feeding them a line who maybe they maintain a sub, but they probably don't play the game.
Yeah, there are a lot of people I imagine like me that are stuck in either the lone guildmaster trying to keep the subs alive for their guild, or the lone person that has a house they spent days and weeks working on, and their stupid housing system has got them tethered to the game. If that wasn't there, I wonder how many more sub losses they would have. In fact, it's probably a big reason that they haven't uh, undone the housing system and fixed it up to be better because they know just
They
how
know it's
many.
guaranteed income.
Yeah, the second they get rid of it, all of a sudden we don't have to say subbed anymore when during periods when we don't want to play. SGP can say go play other games as much as you want and unsub during the time, but you've kind of got to.
But not for too long.
Yeah, you've kind of got me stuck here by my ankle chained to this house. So yeah, there are issues with Final Fantasy 14. Good statement on it. If you know, the ideal scenario would be the Gooners could keep it in check at least enough that the devs never have to mention it, and all we get is the occasional bit of raider drama from somebody getting caught using a
The thing
mod.
is that the pejorative gooner implies an inability to keep it in check.
Yeah,
Like that's the connotation of that
yeah,
slang.
like yeah, they cannot keep it in their pants. In fact, the whole point of the mod is keeping it out of their pants. But yeah, that world just because it's so impossible. This was pretty much an inevitability that Yoshi would have to bite the bullet and address this at some point. Because
But like you said though, that people like normal people with normal brains understand what the actual stance always was, and it's just that the Gooners have decided that they aren't willing to have a quiet truce. They need to take more and more and more, and it won't be enough for them until they're wearing a dog costume being paraded down the street in leather. Like that's not enough to be tolerated. It's never enough to be tolerated.
Size of a skyscraper, my guy. That's how far gone the 14 community is.
There's a lot of questions raised by that, none of which I want answers to.
I did not delve that deep into the. I don't think the guy that was taking the screenshots did it either. The chat history of Limsa to find out what the connotation for that is. He did go far enough back to find the guy's name in chat so that he could ban him or blacklist him so he wouldn't show up on the mod. But that was about it. Man, male auras, not even once.
Well, they always got that rape face on.
Yeah, there's them. There's the female Rothgars. Nope. It's like that mod existing changed my opinion of people and the races they play dramatically. Because, there's always the niggle in the back. Yeah, but this one could be normal. But they may not be like all the other ones. And the fact there was not a single normal Rothgar female in Limsa. Not one. He could not find one in line of sight. Just reframes everything. Almost all of the male auras had something on, too. The female lizard girls had at least some normals in there, but the ones that were modded were very, very modded. We'll say. The cat.
Man, we thought people were bad.
Yeah, like the cat girls, just like people that play cat girls, like this mod ups the character fidelity of my normal character and gives her bigger tatas by about 3 cup sizes from a cup that we are stuck at. Okay, that relatively speaking is tame, and it still kept their clothes on. For the most part with the cat girls. And 14 community. The less I think about, the more I think about that game's community as a whole, the less I want to go back to it. When I know more than ever now that just what type of people are hanging around Limsa. He had done that on Leviathan. I wonder what mods the Manderville guy has installed.
I hadn't thought about it in that context. That the Manderville guy is one of them.
He is in Limsa Square.
That's true. He is in Limsa Square. I with no exposure to the community, I prefer not to just by default think of Limsa like that.
It
as being this sort of unsalvageable hive of scum and villainy.
Like I could write it off in my head and know it intellectually, but not have to face the acknowledgement until those screenshots popped up in the thread, and then my brain couldn't hide from it anymore. It wasn't.
And when you peel back the veil, this is what the world looks like.
It's like I would not subject anybody that has played 14 past or present to those screenshots, because if you are not already one of the Gooners, it will scar your mind with knowing the type of people around you. So yeah. We've wasted a lot of time on 14. The only other newslet, unless you got anything else to go on, I think we've talked that one to death, though. Michael?
No, I don't have anything else.
Okay, your mic didn't cut in, so. There we go. The only other newslet, and this one's much smaller because it's just a update on some people in the games industry that I follow that have historically put out good stuff that I like. I do not know anything. I should have looked into it more before the show, but I didn't. What Lightspeed Japan is, it's a Tencent subsidiary. That's all I know from it. And I think they just pumped out junk games that Tencent had them do, but apparently they're being repurposed into a full-blown action game division. And this involves the hiring of Hideki Itsuno to lead the team, with Bingo Morihashi as the lead writer, and the art director and art designer as well for one of them from Capcom. The other one's old hat Capcom, not modern Devil May Cry Capcom, but he did like the Darkstalker stuff, I think. And the other one's the art director for DMC 2, 3, and 5, Street Fighter and Street Fighter 4. So I always forget his name, even though he's guest arted for all kinds of junk. But
Every time I hear the phrase guest arc, though, I always think of that Michael Jackson with the baby in his arm thing
I think I know what you're talking about.
from
But
SMT.
oh yeah, that idiot. Yeah, when we turned loose,
That's become synonymous with guest art for me.
when we got the worst rendition of Lucy we've ever seen. Yeah, Daigo, that's his name, right? So Daigo's there, Bingo Morihashi and uh, Itsuno-san are there, Hideki Itsuno. It always bugs me that uh, Hideki Itsuno took over for Hideki Kamiya, because I have to stop and think, okay, did I say the right name? Even though I know which one I mean in my head. So yeah, they're all working at this new studio. I don't know why they are working here instead of forming their own. Maybe they got offered a sweetheart deal with not a whole lot of creative oversight. Itsuno should know how bad a company bearing down on you is. So I'm hopeful that he has remembered his time working on Devil May Cry 4 and having to come in and salvage Devil May Cry 2. So hopefully he worked out a deal with them that says you don't get to tell us what to do at all. Like the mandate he handed the Capcom execs for DMC 5. But we'll see. This is just an update that they are still in the industry and at a new place, and we will likely see some stuff, not in the near future, but give it a couple years, 2 or 3 years, we may hear some announcements from the team that they've got something they're cooking, and hope may be brought back to the action game genre, which has not been super stagnant as of late, but has been hurting for a Devil May Cry style or tier release. Like, we have not had one like that since DMC 5, and that was 2019. That sounds right.
All the developers in the action space have been bought out by gacha developers.
Yeah. Like, if there was a Devil May Cry style single player game that was as good as DMC 5, or that I could sink my teeth into,
You don't want much, do you?
like just give me like 20 more Dante levels and a Virtual Fight 3.0, and I'll be sold.
If that's what you wanted, you should have just played Punishing Grey Raven then.
Yeah. There's a certain,
you could have played Dante and Virgil.
I considered installing it. Yeah, just give me that. Just give me more Devil May Cry 5, basically, and I won't have to play gacha games anymore to get my fix. So yeah, that's where they're at now. Hopefully they turn out something good. I have a lot of faith in Itsuno. Even when he's being experimental, he's still trying actually experimental things and committing to them wholeheartedly, like with Dragon's Dogma 2. So we'll see where him and Bingo take their next future endeavors. I'm very worried about any future Devil May Cry sequels, and I think Capcom is too, because they know if they don't live up to the reputation Devil May Cry 5 that Itsuno gave them, they're cooked. That franchise will be another one they have to throw in the bin. So yeah. And I did not talk about it during my week. I mentioned that I was playing it. But I'll go over very briefly my impressions of Stellar Blade so far. First off, even though I've just been coming down on the Gooners, oh boy, is there Gooner bait in this game. Like, you gotta get over that hump first. However, if you do, it has a very good and competent action system that, as I've gotten more practice with it and got a feel for it, is perfectly serviceable for an enjoyable, fun action game that you should pay $40 for. I would not recommend this game at full price. If you're an action game player, you can probably squeeze $60 or $70 of value out of this game. If you're a connoisseur of these things like I am, you can probably get that much. For the normie, they just casually.
Connoisseur of action games specifically, a connoisseur of action games, not a connoisseur of Gooner bait.
Yeah, no, there's in the day and age of the internet, you can get whatever that you want. So I don't think I gotta sell that to you. I do like that we have pretty ladies with nice proportions. The outfits, however, oh boy, that's where my line is. Like I will take your Gunnar bait body proportions all day, every day, because it is significantly more appealing to play as an idealized, hyper appealing female character than the frying pan face. Goodness knows the girls get it with guy characters. We can have it with the girl characters too. The problem with where it becomes distracting is the outfits. Like, 2B's dress from Nier Automata is already a very short dress and does not need any other accentuating features because of how short it is. Let's make everything that doesn't cover the tatas and the lower regions see-through, and turn every bit of it into lace lingerie that we can get away with. This is some of the outfits you can get in this game. Now, that one's the most extreme example of the base outfits that aren't swimsuits, but they all have a very, very sloot bent where you have to pick your outfit carefully to not have, in case people walk in the room and get the wrong idea. Let's put it that way. But there are plenty of conservatively dressed, though still unambiguous about the type of body that Evad has. Like, the one I like is very similar. It's like the hyper feminized version of what I wear in real life, basically, except for its shoes, which are so dumb that they loop all the way back around to being amazing. Where you got black leather jacket, dark colored jeans, and for Eve it fits very tight, but it covers everything. The shoes, however, on this outfit, Eve's feet can only bend in heel shape, apparently, because she has no heels in this one. She has hooves. It's the best way I can describe them. I got a picture, because I was describing this to Ibu when I got the outfit. These things are so dumb, they loop all the way back around. Live show chat. Hooves. That isn't just the heel doesn't render. All screenshots are like that. It looks like there could be a heel there. There just isn't.
I see.
The weirdest shoes on the planet for an otherwise pretty good outfit. So, getting over...
To be fair, that's what a lot of the Columbina cosplayers are going for these days. Like, the ones that have not constructed Perspex heels are just trying to train themselves to walk like they do have heels, and then dangle something.
I see.
I've seen screenshots of people doing it.
Oh my goodness. So yeah. That part of the game is honestly the easiest thing in the world to self-regulate. Find your level of tolerance and pick the outfit. I, as one who lives near Atlanta, am oversaturated with booties that don't quit. So while I am numb to it, I am more concerned about people walking in the room.
Probably quit queuing at KFC.
Yeah. So while I have a fairly high tolerance for personal use of female characters with big booty, I'm more concerned about what people would think if they walked in the room. So my line is no visible booty cheeks for any animation while playing, because especially this week I've had people running in and out of the room a lot. But yeah, so there's no getting around that part of the game. It's very heavily featured in the marketing. Their crossovers are with Nikkei and Nier Automata, but you can regulate it yourself. It's only so far as Eve's character model, and it just being a very sexy lady with incredibly revealing outfits that you can put on her. But the rest of the game is a very competent action game. A good, nice dodge slash parry system you can pick for most attacks. Some require only a parry or only a dodge from bosses. Bosses that, while you can outscale them on normal, cranking the difficulty up to hard makes it so you need to go out and actually explore to get upgrades before you tackle bosses, or you're going to be having a rough time. And I appreciate that. I think that's how difficulty scaling should be in these type of games with explorable world areas. All that feels good. The combat itself, while more staccato than it looks in trailers and gameplay you may have seen, because Eve's animations are very flowy. And what I mean by this is your button presses have to be very deliberate, because it's very easy to animation lock yourself, even though her animations appear to go fairly quickly. It is not very easy to cancel in the game. You're very much so leaning on the Dark Souls style of stuff, where only certain things are cancelable. It finds a good rhythm with difficulty and balance on hard mode, I think. And on normal mode, apparently the difficulty is comparable. If you just go through the game on normal, you'll get an adequate challenge, though not as rough on hard mode if you're playing hard and also collecting stuff. But still an adequate challenge on normal, based on what I read. And the only difference really is you have latitude on normal to go exploring to power yourself up to overpower challenges. On hard mode, you have to go exploring to get yourself at the ceiling, otherwise you're going to get whopped. So that's the only difference between the two, but I feel that's fine. That if you're going to balance a game with heavy exploration, rewards for exploration, Metroid style, that seems appropriate to me. The combat itself, I haven't had any bosses where I just look at them and go, "That's BS." A lot of them do have hop away mechanics, where there is one gripe I have with the bosses in general that they all share. It would have been really easy to fix. There are health thresholds you can get a boss to, and if you get a boss to this health threshold, it must do its animation to refill its shield bar, which once you break it, it stays broken on the boss, and it takes increased damage. But every time it hits these invisible checkpoints at fixed percentages, and every boss is operated like this, they have at least one. It will fully recover that shield, so you have to break it again. And but it maintains all damage done to its balance bar, which you knock down by performing your big powerful attacks you need to spend resources on, or by perfect parrying. And you can get a really big damage riposte if you have it shield off when you finally knock it off balance. And that feels really good to do. What does not feel really good to do is not knowing where the breakpoint is on its health bar, where it's going to not only recharge its shield, but stop taking damage until it does its animation. So if the boss's breakpoint is at 66% HP, if it's at 70% and you use your big riposte animation, you're not getting the 10-15% you thought you were going to get for that all that work you did breaking its stance. You're going to get 4. And it's going to stop, and you're not going to be able to do anything else to it until it does its power-up animation and gets its shield back. This is the only issue I have with the combat, though, as far as the boss fights are concerned. They did not go overboard. They went with quality over quantity so far. There are only about 10 bosses in the game, from what I can see in the database, for major bosses, and 12 minor bosses, which for an action game selling itself on its combat is average in number, but the smaller bosses are not as complicated, so functionally there's only 10 plus the DLC bosses if you that's fine. The exploration and combat, I like that some mooks are very dangerous, like so dangerous that you will plan your routing through an area around trying to either avoid them, or we are taking more than parry inspiration from Sekiro. If you can stay out of their line of sight, all enemies are apparently deaf in this universe. It doesn't matter how loud you're being, only that you're out of line of sight, unless it has omnidirectional sight like the sensor drones. You can just run up behind the thing and kill it. Now, you'll aggro everything else in the area, so you can only do this the one thing, but picking which enemy to assassinate and lining the targets up before combat begins again to give you the most advantage and resource gain at the start of a fight is a lot of fun decision-making early, or all the way out throughout to where I'm out in the game right now. I have no idea how far I am. It's impossible to tell because I haven't been looking up guides. Well, I say that. There's an asterisk on that. Well, 2 asterisks, actually. But yeah, The common enemies have been fun to fight, and the fact that you can plan an assassination to deal with either the chunkiest one or the biggest problem one, and position yourself is great. All that's solid action game design. Although I would caution people if they're going to play it and are a casual fan, uh, if you pull multiple things and don't space it properly, you can get stun locked. It is very, very difficult to parry multiple enemies at once in this game, especially ones that have wildly different attack animations. It will absolutely drive you nuts. So be careful of that. And then the first asterisk on not using a guide is fishing, because it's a fishing minigame and it's a big one with like 50 fish to catch. And if you're playing the game and you're going to finish everything, and you're like me, the second fishing unlocks, you clear out the quest log as best you can and go pick up the rod and do it. And so far, the fishing mini game is actually competent. It feels good to use, and they made the rod and the haptic controls on the PS5 controller actually feel really good. So I'm fine with the fishing mini game for one. I have no real complaints
Not
about
near.
it. Yeah, not near. I mean, near appears in the game, but we as I think the near DLC was free actually. I think it's just in an update. You have to pay for the Nikkei DLC though, and when you get to it in the open world, you understand why. The Nikkei DLC is paid DLC, and I got it for the bundle price, just to have it, because I figured I was going all in on this game anyway now, and I probably won't come back to it for a very long time if I do. So best to get the full experience now. Because it's not tack on DLC; it's interwoven throughout the game. And this is there's new like fish to catch in the fishing section of wherever you choose to do it. And that are all Nikkei themed, like items you can put in the camp. So that's all the cosmetic stuff. There's a shop you can use, kind of like a gacha game almost. I mean, I guess it makes sense. It comes from a gacha game. That you wander around the world, and in the open world areas, there is Scarlet's dog from Nikkei. I don't know who Scarlet is, but I know her dog is adorable. She has a big parasol and a very big hat, and a robo dog. Don't know anything about Nikkei, so if that rings a bell to you and is significant, cool. But she has a robo dog that is tracking down robots in this world that have snuck through a portal and have stolen all of her stuff, like her plushie and her umbrella and her hat. And you have to go get them. And to assist you in this, she gives you a gun. And it's one of the guns that in the style of the Nikkeis use in that game. And you go find one of these drones and you talk to it to get the item back, and you have to play Nikkei in Stellar Blade.
Butt jiggling and all.
Yeah. Not that you have any time to pay attention to it, because the stages are actually quite hard for this DLC. Especially for somebody that's never played Nikkei. One mission in particular took like 15, 20 tries. And I later found out your difficulty selection affects that. So, whoops. I could have just turned down the difficulty, but I did not. They're competently put together inside the Stellar Blade engine. I wonder just how much dev time it took to put these together. They do have to use repurposed enemy models for what you fight, but they work surprisingly well for the type of game they're going for. I do wish...
I'm thinking that these particular groups of people are probably birds of a feather.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're crossing over with Nikkei, you know you're saying something about your own product. So yeah, the gameplay in the DLC was fine, just quite a bit harder than I expected, and took quite a few attempts. Because number one, I've never played Nikkei before, and number two, I had the game on hard mode, and this affects the difficulty. And yeah, and that's the Nikkei DLC. You can also fight Scarlet as a boss. The boss fight is not in the main game, but once you finish all the Nikkei missions and get all her stuff back, she goes through the portal and says, basically, "Hey, bro, you want to go have a throwdown?" And Eve's like, "All right, maybe eventually." And she leaves and completes her series of quests. And you in the boss challenge mode, because this game thankfully has realized that action game players want to fight their bosses over and over again and get better at them, just has boss challenge in the main menu. and you can just go fight any boss you've beat or unlocked in story mode whenever the heck you want. Cool. Uh, and that's neato. And you can just go select her there after that, and that's where they've relegated her to. Um, which I'm actually grateful for, because when it comes to stuff like that, I don't know how. Apparently, she's quite difficult, and that lets them make her a super boss post game difficulty, so that you're purchasing a fun challenge for action game players with the Nikkei DLC. So the only people that are satisfied with the DLC is going to be, well, the type that play Nikkei and probably install mods in Limsa. Which, oh boy, there are a lot of Nikkei outfits, and actually most of them are fairly conservative. They are baggy coats a lot of the time, especially when viewed from the back. Though they sure do try hard to make Eve's ass work for it. But they do manage to keep her covered in a lot of the outfits, which really surprised me. So yeah, there's the Stellar Blade DLC. It has that boss fight, and there's all kinds of other little Easter eggs, music you can find in the world to add to the jukebox back at camp from Nikkei, none of which I have any particular attachment to because I don't play the game. But that's there. The Near Automata DLC is Emil just rides around the wasteland and the desert areas, and there are little flowers in bottles in random places. And if you find them and take enough back to him, you can buy an outfit. And when you bought all the outfits, you get a little cutscene, and he F's off back to Near World in a spectacular cutscene because he's Emil. And he's Yoko Taro's baby because Yoko Taro wears his head all the time. It is just as weird as it sounds.
Yes. Yes, we are aware that Yoko Taro is not normal.
He is very Yoko Taro. And yeah, so that's the first asterisk with needing a guide. Was fishing. Is where all this got to. The second thing you will need a guide for is, for some reason, you can fix it in the menus a little bit. But some of the areas, particularly the closed-off dungeons underground, anytime where there's no lights, their attempts at making stuff visible to the player, especially if you're trying to lawn mow, forces you to become over-reliant on the scan mode of the dumb drone that follows you around. And that's still not really good enough to figure out where you're going. And these underground dungeon areas are not mapped. There's no map to pull up for the dungeons. They want you to clearly organically explore these, and that would be fine for lawn mowing, except I can't see where I'm going. And there were 2 times in the game's dungeons that I got turned around so many times because it was too dark to make any mental landmarks or notes of where I was, and I had to bust out a map to see, oh, there's a door over there? I can't even see it. So that was the other time I went online and looked up a guide. And so, not for collection, but for basic progression, which is not good. Could be just a display setting on my monitor that's out of whack that's caused that, but it really does feel like a brightness, contrast, or gamma issue.
Is there a gamma adjustment when you start the game out? You said you've got to compile shaders every freaking time.
Yeah, that's the 0.5 of this one. It annoys me that the lighting is like this, and if it is a setting, it's just shows you that this lighting stuff ain't all that people are always harping on about, because you have to compile shaders every time you boot the game. So you will notice I have something probably like 40, 50 hours in the game. I don't have 40 or 50 hours in the game. The game's been open for that long because every time you close it and reopen it, you got to recompile shaders. And while it has gone fast sometimes, I thought the long one was just the first one and it would zip through it after that every other time. And it did for a few of them. And then it stopped and started doing the long compile every time. I'm like, well, we're just never going to close this game again. So that's why the playtime is so ridiculous. Like, even on a week of free time, there's no way I could have that many play hours in the game. That's why. So beware of that buying the game. So the game does have a whole lot of good stuff going on in the menus, lots of customization options for basically everything the devs could possibly think of. For people that didn't plan to make anything for PC initially, or at least it wasn't a priority on the docket, they've gone out of their way to include as much as they possibly can in those options. Uh, and I'm glad they did. There's a whole lot of janky tacked on stuff for people with PC monitors, like the UI being too far apart. You can adjust for your aspect ratio without actually changing your aspect ratio for the placement of the UI to squish it inwards. This will have the unfortunate problem of eventually your UI, if you squish it in too far, bumping into the subtitles as your health bar expands. But I mean, I'll take it as a compromise. I can just move it a bit further once it gets bigger and it's easier to see anyway. So yeah, that's where we're at with Nikkei and talking about the basic impressions of the game. I don't know if I'll get it done before. I've heard it's not very long. I don't know how far I am in the main story, and I don't know how accurate the time estimates I've heard. I've heard anything from like 4 to 12 hours for main story focus, and anywhere from 15 to 30 for collect stuff. The range is quite big for the hour estimates here. So I don't know how long we're working on this one, but I'm gonna try and get it done before SILKSONG comes out, and I'll let people know what the final verdict is. Maybe in a few weeks after I'm done gushing about SILKSONG, because I need the game to be good. So yeah.
Did you complete a commission for me?
There was a random Lulamental that popped up while I was running around getting Pyroflies.
Because I just got notified that a commission is complete, and I'm just sort of running around Leeway, getting increasingly salty because I've picked up about 15 chests and not a single one has had premium gems in it.
Yeah, I've been stealing all your flies. And what am I up to now, actually? I've collected quite a few this show.
I didn't even realize there were this many respawning chests.
I have 189 crystal flies now. We have resupplied quite well. So yeah, and that's pretty much all I got for initial impressions of the game. I sincerely doubt you have any questions game that you, but I'll give you the opportunity.
No,
anyway.
I did sort of look at maybe I could play this sometime if I'm not feeling too ashamed of myself. But I doubt that I'll ever get round to it.
Get it on sale.
Yeah.
Don't pay full price for this one. I will probably get $70 worth of value by the time I'm done with it. But for people that only casually play action games, the gameplay content in this game is only worth about 40 or 50 tops, no more.
Oh my goodness, this chest better have some prima gems in it.
So there is a story that they're also
have any prima gems in it.
Yeah, no. There is a story that they're very proud of, and have gone to do some very good presentation for. The problem is you can see every twist coming a mile away. It is the most telegraphed thing of all time. It does have some cool hype moments though, but
maybe they're just assuming a lot of players are going to be too distracted.
Yeah, I mean it does have some cool hype moments, and there's a whole bunch of side quests that go into fleshing out the world. It's a whole if this had come out as a story like 15 years ago, people might talk about it, but the tropes here have been done. It's also living in a post-Automata world, which the developers clearly liked Automata. They made it a priority to cross over with that one, even though 2B crosses over with everything. And I imagine the pitch wasn't very hard.
Well, I mean, there are clearly certain persons that work on the Nier franchise and certain persons working on developing Stellar Blade that consider themselves to be kindred spirits in certain respects.
They like some things and they cannot lie. So yeah. Also, if you are not inoculated to booty by living in Atlanta, that may Eve has so much in how it doesn't quit that it may be a system shock for you. I am totally immune to this because I live in Atlanta or near Atlanta and have to go to Atlanta regularly for work. So I'm I have seen. I look at Eve and I go, I've seen bigger. And so the
I'm not
norm,
black, so I'm not really that focused on that.
like, if you come to the ATL, it is just like, do do Atlanta girls grow above the waist at all? No, no, they don't. Everything they eat stops at their hips. Really is a marvel of biology. You should see some Atlanta girls sometimes. You as a biologist, you as a biologist would be very interested.
I don't think I need to see that.
I don't think you'd enjoy the sight, but you would be very curious as to how the F does that happen. Because until you see one, you'd be like, nah, that's impossible. What you're telling me is a biological impossibility. I'm like, I'm here to tell you they exist.
Do they just make doorways wider in Atlanta or something?
Yes, actually. In any shop that needs the Atlanta demographic women to go into is deliberately made wider and is actually in the city building code for some buildings and some franchises. I'm not I'm not exaggerating at all. What was my
This
favorite?
chest had no prima gems in it either.
What was my favorite
I'm,
way
I'm,
that
I'm nearly at like 20 chests with no prima gems. I didn't think that there were this many respawns, but I guess Leeway must be where they all hang out.
maybe? But what was my favorite phrasing I saw in a design document for an Atlanta building? Doorway must be X inches by or X feet by X feet. Uh, which and they mentioned how much above the standard that is to accommodate Atlanta citizens of girth.
Of girth.
I died laughing when I was like, okay, engineers, I still hate you, but I'll give you a point. That's funny. I wonder if somebody got in trouble for that one. So yeah, that's where we're at with Vidya. We've prattled on long enough. Fern, please come back.
Why you do this to us, friend, man? We suffering, man.
Mm-hmm. I am hoping against all hope. Like I am aware in my brain intellectually it could be terrible. Bad things could happen. However, I have tied that part of my brain up and shoved it in the closet because I need a win this year. I need at least one more game to make this a year instead of the Claire Obscure year with Donkey Kong as a sidekick. Like that's it for single player games that I've really sunk my teeth into that have come out this year.
Obviously, you need to install saw blades all over your office.
No cost too great. Yeah, you may have noticed I am if you follow the video games board, I've been interjecting with Hollow Knight more and more as the hype builds. Yesterday was Sawblade Day. Or was the day before yesterday? Can't remember. That last comic I posted in the video games board of the King and Hornet that holds up a saw blade. Look, Hornet, this is a saw. Can you say saw? Ah! Oh, that's how she got it. I just think that's the
I see.
I think that is the most adorably funny thing for people that have played the game and have to suffer through
Did
the
the
path of
king
pain.
actually raise Hornet? I thought you said Hornet was raised by spiders or something.
She is the king's biological. Well, we don't quite know how void being birth works or if she is actually void, but she is the king's daughter. The king is not a bug. The king is a higher entity, just called a higher entity, specifically a worm, a WYRM worm. But part of the pact he made with the Spider Kingdom was to give the Spider Queen a daughter. Because she's like, well, if you're going to put me into an eternally dreaming state to seal the big bad monster, somebody's got to run my kingdom, so I need a princess. And then that's how we got Hornet. And then Hornet never got to be the Princess of Farloom because of reasons presumably we'll find out in Silksong because that's where it takes place.
provided you are able to get sufficiently good.
Well, she is the character. She is the only character in video games I'm aware of that actually tells the player to get good. It may actually be nonsense bug gibberish. That is not what anybody hears. So yeah, okay. Silksong next week. I'll talk a lot about that. Hoyo Games also happening next week. Even if it's a good patch for ZZZ, probably won't talk very much about it because Hollow Knight takes priority.
And you don't exactly need to rush it. It's still going to be there. They're not
Yeah.
going to remove the event after 2 weeks.
Yeah, and any timed goodies aside from the login bonuses will stick around for a week or two. But that's the thing.
What kind of ridiculous developer would remove their content after 2 weeks?
Yeah, that's the thing though is Hollow Knight was a massive game. Like these guys made Hollow Knight in 3 years, and it was and they were still doing the fundamental building during that phase, and that was a like 30-hour game, just the base game, without going for any kind of completion or nonsense. It was like 60 or 70 with completion, and then well over 100 if you include all the DLCs and going through the Pantheon of Gods. Well over 100. Like we're talking 150 plus. It was a massive game. And if Silksong has had 7 years and they haven't been sitting on their butt the whole time, this game is going to eat me. The thing we don't know yet, there is one bit of Silksong news that we did not cover last time when I was getting hyped for it, and that is we still don't know the price, and we knew that review. Is it $20? We finally get one from.
I saw somebody say it was $19.99. It's not on Steam yet, but that's what I saw somebody online saying.
Yeah, because that's crazy if it is. That's insane. I expected 20 to 30, but I was leaning more towards 30.
But every man and his dog is going to freaking buy it because everybody's talking about it.
Yeah, and if it's $20, that's the easiest sell
Like
in the world.
that lowers the barrier to entry so sharply that everybody, even I had the thought stray across my head, maybe I should just buy it just in case I want to play it at some point. Like, it's because it's $20.
Just buy it to boot it on launch week just to see what everybody's talking about, and then put it away until you're ready to play it. Yeah, and Hollow Knight's on sale right now for $7.50. If you haven't played it, go play Hollow Knight. I think I bought it for everybody on my friends list this week who hasn't played it.
I've tried it, but after spending an hour falling off a platform I was trying to get onto, I sort of got distracted by something else.
Yeah, it is Hollow Knight. There is no better execution of the classic Metroid style, and we're hoping Silksong shows us Hollow Knight refined and evolved. We want iteration, not revolution here. So hopefully it delivers, and everything's gotten good, and the 7 years have been productive. We will know for sure on Thursday. But this also means that review codes are not being sent out because Team Cherry gave a reason that now for any other game company this would be a red flag, but both because A, it's Team Cherry, and B, the reason they gave makes a whole lot of sense. The reason they gave was they didn't, because Hornet was originally a Kickstarter goal, they did not want to shaft their Kickstarter people because they said they would get to play Hornet early. So the game's press and everybody doesn't get early access to Hornet. Everybody gets to play it at the same time, and none of the journalists are going to get special treatment. And furthermore, they also said that everybody who backed the game back in whenever its original Kickstarter was going, will get Silksong for free. They're giving it to all the backers for free.
I mean, that sounds like thinking that is in line with theirs, not because they are some paragons of ethics, but because that's an incredibly autistic way of looking at it.
Yeah, there's also the other thing about Team Cherry that I did not know. I thought this Kickstarter just didn't do as well as it could have based on the amount of money it got. No, the mother effers got enough money they thought to make the game without having to go to investors, and they just stopped the taking money after a point. They ended the Kickstarter early. So like, nope, we can make it with that. That's good, guys. We don't have to take any more people's money until there's an actual product. That's insane. And I didn't know that was a part of the story in the Hollow Knight development story until this week. So yeah, that's I'm anticipating this to do so gangbusters for them just from the raw amount of hype and discussion alone that these people will never have to work another day in their lives and will be 75 before uh the Corner First Quest comes out.
Looking forward to Corner for Quest.
It'll be 800 hours. You got to manually map all of Hallownest, Farloom, and 12 new kingdoms. Sideplay game mode: play as Cornifer's wife in 20 more years, where you sell the maps to all kinds of adventurers.
Yeah, there's like it switches like alternating levels between Cornifer's mapping out the nest and Cornifer's wife basically playing Reciteer up the top.
That would be an amazing minigame. I would pay for that. There's a rhythm minigame involved where you can tap out the tune that he hums to map things faster. Team Cherry, hire us. Got this one on lock. Or at least give me royalties. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. I don't have anything else for this week. I think we get out of here after a long show.
Yep, let's just give it a miss and disappear for the week.
All right.